Okay. Okay, there's 4 of us, so let's get started. You guys ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start. We apologize, it's 6:24. We're going to start. We were in closed session. We had a lot of items on closed session to go through, so we appreciate your patience. We are reconvening to open session. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujerovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
He'll be joining us shortly. He's not here right now.
Absent.
Yes.
Mayor Brand is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here, thank you.
Report.
Can we have any announcements of closed section actions, please?
There are no reportable action this evening.
Okay, and Councilmember Barrett is here now. Okay, we are going to adjourn to regular meeting on Tuesday, October 17th of the Redondo Beach City Council. May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujerovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand is absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here, if you all would stand for the salute to the flag and a moment of silence, please, afterwards. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We have a presentation this evening.
I would like to invite up the people who are here representing our volunteers at the Health District who will help me to make this presentation. You want to say something?
Mayor Pro Tem will be
Oh, you're going to?
introducing you.
Okay, sorry.
I will introduce you. So this is board president, Vanessa Poster, who is here on behalf of the Beach Cities Health District, who is celebrating their 25-year anniversary of service to the community. So if you would.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to invite up Mary, Linda, Jim, Debbie, Nick, and Justin. These are people who are volunteering at the Health District, helping us to provide preventative health in the community, and we really appreciate them. They are awesome, awesome volunteers. My name is Vanessa Poster. I'm the president of the board of the Beach Cities Health District, and we are celebrating 25 years of preventive health in this community. When the Health District opened, we were just a hospital, and over our tenure, we've become something to prevent people from going to hospitals and to improve the health of this community. We truly appreciate the city's longstanding partnership around health and wellness initiatives in this community, such as the Redondo Beach Domestic Violence Program. I hope to see all of you on Saturday night at the presentation of the Domestic Violence Program. Addressing homelessness together, COVID relief efforts, building safer and more livable streets, supporting older adults, helping us with our gardens in all of the local schools to get kids eating fruits and vegetables, and my favorite event, Zumba in the park. I know that since none of you were able to attend our celebration at our Strategic Planning Development Half Day, Dan Butner, who is the founder of the Blue Zones Project, was there, and he congratulated the beach cities for our success in improving people's lives, lowering childhood obesity, and helping make the healthy choice the easy choice. And he left you, oh, I left my prop. He left for each of you a copy of his book, which is talking about the Blue Zone Secrets for Living Longer. And you can watch his Netflix special where he briefly mentions the beach cities. But it's a really great special with a lot of interesting information. I'm going to read our proclamation to you. I'm not going to read it down. I'm going to read it from here. Whereas the Beach Cities Health District enhances individual and community health through a broad range of innovative health programs and services and collaborative partnerships with local organizations, municipalities, and elected officials, including the City of Redondo Beach. And whereas the City of Redondo Beach has dedicated its time, energy, and civic service to partnering with Beach Cities Health District on several initiatives to make healthy choices available and accessible to all. And whereas the City of Redondo Beach's dedication to preventative health services for 25 years is appreciated by citizens, officials, and employees throughout the beach cities. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Beach Cities Health District, on behalf of the entire organization, hereby issues this proclamation to the City of Redondo Beach in recognition of its unwavering commitment as a partner in health to create a healthy beach community for all ages. So.
I'm going to actually read ours. So if I may. Before I do that, I just want to add a few personal comments. I know that Vanessa summed up a lot about what the Beach Cities Health District does. I know personally, I served as a school board member. We worked very closely with the Beach Cities Health District on anti-obesity programs, a walking school bus. So those of you that don't know, there's actual kids that go on a daily basis. I think it's daily, isn't it?
There are kids who walk to school daily, and then we have once a year a special event which brings everybody out to walk to school together, and we have a lot of community partners involved in that. And it just promotes walking, biking, exercising, and reducing emissions from cars.
Well, you know, that's very unique. As you know, we don't have school buses in our school district. And so I think we have the opportunity of having great weather and we have great parental participation. So I think it's a really unique thing. I've never lived in a town that I know of that has a health district until now. And between everything that you guys have done during COVID with bringing in food to people that were shut in, to providing, besides Zumba, health classes. I looked on the website today about personal training classes. You guys providing meeting space in your facility. The alcove is an amazing thing that you guys, and thank you, because that is for kids that don't know where to turn to, or parents. It's a great program. I can tell you personally, I'm just ecstatic with everything that Beach Cities Health District does. And I'd like to read our proclamation. It's a battle of proclamations apparently this evening. So the City of Redondo Beach joins the Beach Cities Health District in celebrating 25 years preventive health in the beach cities. Congratulations, best wishes for more success. We also have a plaque on order that will be hopefully presented to you soon and hopefully displayed at your facility. So thank you all very much for your participation. And thank you, Beach Cities and Vanessa and your team for all that you do for our city.
So welcome.
Hi, Scott. Congratulations. Hey, you. Good to see you. Yeah. Sure. See you, Jim. Good to see you. Hello, Ben.
Okay, all ready?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, that's right. Yes, we're right.
Hi. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to order of approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to either approve the agenda or to move any items around?
Motion approved.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Anybody have any objections?
Aye.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, looks like we don't have any agency recess. Do we have blue folder items for this evening's meeting?
Yes, we do, Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay.
We have item J1, non-agenda items, public communications. We also have a blue folder for agenda item L1, related to the public hearing for accessory dwelling units, public communication, ADU ordinance, CEQA exemption declaration, and 1921 Vanderbilt Lane plans. And item H23, the leases related to the leases and addendums for 13 apartments located at 126 West D Street, Wilmington, California. And that includes amended leases and addendums. And that concludes blue folder items.
Okay, are there any objections to the motion that's on the floor? Okay, thank you. All approved. Now on to announcements. We're going to go to council announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim first.
Yeah, had a great little community meeting this last Saturday at Alta Vista, my normal one. Probably will not be doing an online one this month. A lot going on, but there's a lot going on in Riviera Village and District 1. Tomorrow, the Keep the Esplanade Beautiful fundraiser at HG Grill. Come on down, support the HG Grill and keep the Esplanade Beautiful. They are the ones who do the 4th of July fireworks show when the water board allows us to, amongst many other things. And one of the event promoters of that is Mike Ward from Village Runner. And he actually organizes the 4th of July and the band last year, Oingo Boingo for 4th of July. And he's also having an Oingo Boingo event, or the former band members, not the actual band, with Richard Blade actually coming out at Seaside Lagoon on September 29th. And so I highly recommend you guys go down there for that. It'll be a lot of fun. And of course, I can't forget the Riviera Village Spectacular, shutting down the Riviera Village from 3 to 7 on Halloween. It was a lot of fun. Thousands of people coming down, literally thousands of people in costumes, parents, kids, teenagers, adults, everything. It's just a ton of fun. The businesses are all giving out free candy. Everyone's dressed up. It's just a wonderful party and always a great event. Great to see a lot of people there. And everything else is happening in different parts of the district, so I'll let the other council members talk about the stuff that's happening in there, especially the pier down there.
Yeah, excellent. Could you repeat the date of the event in the Seaside Lagoon?
That's September 29th.
October
Or
12th.
October 29th, excuse me,
Okay.
October 29th, Sunday.
Sure, I did miss it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yes, I got to attend West Basin Municipal Water District's water harvest last Saturday. It was a great event. Got to see how they recycle all the water, and they're part of our infrastructure here. Also today, I wanted to make a comment about the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce Annual Awards event, and Ted Simon nominated as the Employee of the Year. Congratulations, well deserved. And that's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you. It's October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It can afflict any family in any neighborhood and many families across all classes. So recommend if you're to attend the Domestic Violence Awareness Vigil that'll occur on October 21st at 7 p.m. Right over there with great speakers. I want to thank the Chief of Police also for inviting me to see the dispatch center that we have here, Fire and Police Dispatch Center. Below the police department. Very fine work they're doing there. And great to interact with some of the dispatchers who work so hard and are part of our professional services organization. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to announce that I will be having my District 5 community meeting very soon, date to be determined. However, we will have a very special guest, Interim Chief of the Fire Department, Pat Butler. Thank you. So we're really looking forward to it, and we'll have more information on that as we get closer. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. My announcements are, I really enjoyed dining around Artesia. My wife and I hit a lot of the restaurants there, ran into Councilmember Kalajarovich and her daughter. Yeah. That was great. The District 2 community meeting will be held tomorrow night, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. It is going to be action-packed. We're joined by Public Works Director Ted Simon. We're joined by Police Chief Joe Hoffman, who'll be talking about e-bikes. And we're joined by our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Nikki Wesley. So please join us, 6 to 7:30. Register on redondo.org under District 2. There will be a grand opening of the skate park on the pier this Saturday from 12 to 2. 12 to 1, 12 to 2. If you want to hang around, it's 12 to 2. But if not, 12 to 1 will be some guest speakers there. I'll be there. Mayor Brand hopes to be there, I believe. And so please come down for that. It's a while in coming. And the last thing is, in the Burl Heights neighborhood, there have been 3 or 4 coyote sightings over the last week or so. So if you live in that neighborhood like I do, and you have a pet, please make sure you keep an eye on them. Either bring them in, don't leave them outside if you're not at home, but please take a lot of care because we don't want any of our furry babies being attacked. So please keep that in mind. All right, on to consent calendar items. This is routine items that we approve either all together or we pull them for separate discussion. So I will turn to each of the council members to ask if you have anything to pull. Councilmember Narenheim.
I'd like to pull item H18, please.
Okay, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich. None. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, so I'm going to make a comment on 2 of them and pull 1 of them. So I'll pull H21, make a comment on H22 that staff, when we do bring this matter forward, please take a look at the Los Angeles civility guidelines for attorneys. And then lastly, H7, I'm not going to pull, but I ask in the future that Public Works include the list of the streets we're accepting as complete when asking us to accept them as complete. Otherwise, we're not really doing our diligence by verifying that they're complete. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
I have none.
Okay, then can I get a motion for approval of all items except for H18 and H21, please?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have public speakers for item H6 and item H10.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. H6, Ron Morocco. And after Ron will be Christina Miller.
Thank you. So you may have recalled that I've been coming to your meetings talking about the cancellation of meetings. And I have put together a report. I've given a copy to the clerk. I have 4 copies for you all, and I've given one to the city manager. I'm tying this into the excused absence because that came up at the last meeting and there was some confusion about what the procedure and policy is. And ultimately, the procedure is it's impending. So it needs to be done in advance. And in reviewing the clerk's absence reports that she's put together for at least starting in September of 2022, I can identify at least 5 instances where there was not a timely submitted leave slip. But it is part of the materials that's passed out to the commissioner, so it is, and I document that is known to people. Where I'm coming in on this is when the meetings get canceled for lack of quorum. And that ties in with the excused absence. We've had 40 commission meetings canceled since September 1 of 2022. I think it's 28 for this current year. And the lack of quorum seems to be one of the major drivers of it. And since you do have an excused absence policy, it would be very easy to verify if a meeting is canceled for lack of quorum, there should be some notes to the city clerk requesting that the city council excuse the absence. There's, of the 14 meetings that were canceled because of lack of quorum, and that's the largest number of meetings that have been canceled, 12 of them, if you look at who's been excused from the meeting and then the meeting's been canceled, it's an inappropriate cancellation for lack of quorum. My conclusions after doing all of this research is that the city council is really the only body that should be able to cancel a meeting. There are two exceptions in the Brown Act that we obviously have to follow. If the agenda is posted, then yes, we have a problem if people don't show up for the meetings. But for the most part, and I'm actually making a recommendation, and then I had put together a report, and again, I'll pass that out. Again, you should have it from the clerk, that excuse me. That you should have the clerk certify the excused absence, that you should have the city manager be the one signing off on it. And if we have like a public emergency such as an earthquake or something, that the city manager be given discretion. As the ordinance is written now, you don't have that discretion within you. So I do hope you look at the report. I do hope you look at the recommendations. As I said, I gave the city manager a copy of it as well. I don't know, I believe in this section you have an opportunity to ask a
Can I
question.
get a motion for receive and file?
Second, or some moved.
Motion, second.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, thank you. We're at time unless there's anything else. Thank you. Okay, H10, Christina Miller.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clear. I was going to speak on this. I'm right on 3 blocks, or 2 houses down
Right.
from Renge and Belmont.
Sure, you can
On
speak
there,
on
I believe this action item is, they're going to be adding an all-way stop there. Is that correct? And
That's
you guys
correct.
are just blanketly approving it? Oh, I'm so excited. I was going to come and advocate for it. I'm just can't thank you guys enough for actually finally doing that. It's going to bring so much safety to that area. There's a big hill in that area. People speed through there. The neighborhood itself is like really super excited about it. I just can't thank you guys enough, because there was just not, I say, 2 months ago, there was like a 3-car accident there, a really bad one. So somebody ran a stop sign through that way. So I just to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes,
can I say something?
yes, you may.
I'd just like to thank the Department of Public Works, Ted Simon, Andy Wingy, Mike Klein for bringing that through the pipeline. So there's an order that we developed where a resident complaint comes in, they send out notices to the residents, they get the requisite number of support, then they put it up to the Public Works Sustainability Commission, which approved it, recommended it, and so that's why it got on consent. We didn't need to discuss it. So thank you guys for using that procedure and following it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, either on Zoom or on e-comments?
No
Consent
e-comment.
calendar.
There are no e-comments and no one has their hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, then can I entertain a motion for approval of consent calendar items except for items H18 and H21?
We did move, I think.
We didn't finish it. So moved? Is there a second? Okay. Councilmember Kolarzewicz. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Anybody opposed on the items? Okay. Thank you.
So I
Okay,
have a-
on to item H.
I have a few.
Oh, you have stuff to read,
You have
don't
to
you?
read first.
Thank you.
A few titles to read tonight. Item H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2310-102, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance, fiscal year 2023 Edward Barn Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG Program Award Agreement and Certifications and Assurances Statement between the Office of Justice Program and the City of Redondo Beach, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement and statement on behalf of the city. And also to adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2310-103, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 to appropriate $13,710 in Bureau of Justice Assistance for fiscal year 2023 Edward Barn Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG Program funds. We also have
H15, is that right?
H15, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number 2310-110, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to appropriate $155,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety grant funds to the city's intergovernmental grants fund. Item H20, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2310-104, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the position of Recreation, Youth, Senior, and Family Services Manager. And item H24, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution CC 2310-105, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to appropriate $500,000 of allocated State of California grant funds from Judicial Council to the Intergovernmental Grant Fund. Item H25, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2310-107, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to appropriate $557,962 in permanent local housing allocation funds from the California Department of Housing and Community Development to the Intergovernmental Grant Fund. And that concludes the consent calendar
Thank you
items.
very much. Okay, on to item H18, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, yeah, item H18, if Wendy is here, is the way we do our budgets right now is, let's just say, very manual, very labor driven. And item H18, this is a contract with a company called ClearGov. And this is something actually that our Director of Finance here and I have spoken about, and I wanted to get some clarification. I didn't realize it would be that large of a contract. It's $63,000 in total over the 3 years. First year is roughly $15,000 a year, 4 years. And I just wanted to know, get an intro for the public to understand. One is how much of time savings this is going to be. Two is what did you do to look at other companies, if you did, because Councilmember Lowenstein and I have been big on getting bids and understanding what's out there, because we also understand that once you sign these long-term contracts, you should tend to stay with them. And the scope, how much it's going to take to implement this and when it will be implemented. So, yeah.
Sure. Good evening, Wendy Colazzo, Finance Director. So just to preface this, we went out and looked at other vendors some of them were OpenGov. A couple other that had the same platforms. This was not necessarily a decision based on who the cheapest was, but what the easiest service was. Right now, ClearGov is has the biggest market share on this. Has their sister cities like Manhattan Beach who are using this. The program itself, what it will allow, one, is time savings. It will stop from a manual production of the budget book right now as it's done through Excel spreadsheets, which could cause an extensive amount of not only time, but also data analytics will be increased by the way of using this program. We'll be able to generate an ADA compliant book immediately, and also with a online story for the resident, transparency of all different funds, data analytics in every kind of possible way that we could in order to provide a document which is clear, transparent, and easy to read. So overall, we feel that this product will not only elevate the City of Redondo Beach's transparency and responsibility to our local residents and community, but it will also provide a book that is already GFOA Budget Award qualified and ready to go and compliant. And we feel that the onboarding of this and the way it's been described, we would start in November to crosswalk all financial information. It does not have access to Munis, but it will do a batch upload of information to populate the data. It will not have, nightly updates or anything of like that would open up Munis for us. But it would allow for a complete transparency of in crosswalk on the financial information to be able to do debt schedules. Again, just a very clear production of the budget book. It will save on time, and also the offset is the cost, while it may seem a little bit significant, your offset prices will stop from your IT department spending on print issues. Right now, they do that manually, expend the extensive time to manually print and bind these books. That will stop. And so that's the offset of the cost and why information technology is the route that we are going to pay for this, because it's really a change of savings for you in the long run, so.
And so when you talk about snapshot, residents will be able to get, the public will be able to see hey, this is our total budget, 104 million. These are the funds, this is where expenditures are. This is how much going out to personnel, labor, maintenance, operations, of things of that nature.
Yes, sir. To be clear, I mean, we do that now, we do, but it will transparently and clearly we'll be able to do it by expenditure, capital fund program, extracted in many ways as appropriate to what we want to translate, easy to read, So you'll be able to see what the city's paying out in debt yearly, expenditures by division, department, or however we want to extract it. So general line item as well for maybe workshop development, to have that information clearly with some notes. So there's a lot of flexibility in it and what we can do, and then the final product.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. It's going to save a ton of time for you guys. That's good, and that's money right there. Produce a better budget.
Yeah, less wasted paper.
Yeah. All right, that's all I've got.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item H18 and take public comment.
Hey, I'll second that motion. Okay, anybody opposed to the passage of H18?
We have no comments.
Okay,
There are no e-comments and no one raising their hand on Zoom.
okay, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, on to item H21, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. For this item, if you could light up 2B, please, Madam Clerk. Because this is an opportunity to renew a candy store at the boardwalk. That's been there a long time. It's great. But we also have to take every opportunity. We do enter into a new lease agreement to engage in tenant improvements and improve the storefronts down there and beautify the boardwalk. So my concern was, and maybe I missed it in the lease, that we didn't have any requirements for storefront improvement here. And I'm not so interested, it's not a huge space. I'm not so interested in this tenant selling candy, bearing the cost of it. It's our property. We have the lease, the master leasehold, so I'd be willing to allocate some money from the storefront improvement plan or separately. But what are we doing as far as improving this storefront here? And then my main concern is, or what can we do for that matter? My main concern is that these windows, they're clear, and what's in them is just kind of blighted. It's not, there's a Sprite, there's a faded Sprite thing backwards, there's a Red Bull thing. It's just, so that's all.
For the record, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director. We're actually working with this tenant to do some wholesale changes. When we were negotiating, we were initially requiring some simple improvements, some paint jobs, things like that, some window replacements. They've actually come back in tenfold after learning about the storefront improvement program. They have submitted to me some conceptual drawings where they're removing a lot of that storefront, a lot of the windows and doors, replacing it with pure glazing and aluminum storefront, brand new windows, brand new doors. It's concept right now. Their next step is to go with the planning department to kind of see what building permits are going to be required, but they've decided to go above and beyond a simple paint job and window replacement. So we're underway.
Okay, and is there any requirement in the lease for them to undertake that work or pull permits for it or what have you within a certain period of time?
Not within a certain period of time. We can certainly add maybe a time frame to that. The idea behind the lease is there is some language in there about that, but it was mainly for some cosmetic stuff. So we wouldn't want to hold their feet to the fire for something as substantial as they're going for today. But I can add some language in there that puts forth, a certain 90-day criteria or something like that.
What I'd like is just some sort of restrictions that or some sort of regulation. I don't know if any of the other council members agree with this, but what's that? Yeah, that's fine. We just, if in these, for example, the backwards Sprite sign is disallowed to be faded in the windows, some sort of, you put the 2B back up, please. Some uniformity in these French windows, even if they do nothing else. If it's either all glazed, they put some glazing on it or something like that, that just makes the area look, more tended to. Especially because we have the brand new bathrooms that Public Works did so well right next to it. Just to have this kind of not looking so great.
I would agree. I actually was going to do that because it says as is. And that concerned me because this is our opportunity. I would agree with Councilmember Obaji.
So, and I realize you're busy with a boat launch ramp and so on and so forth. So, and big things. So we just got to take every opportunity, even with these small stores, to kind of tend to this historically neglected area. So I just asked to continue this item and bring back the lease with some provisions that hold the tenant to some standard, some basic standard for the aesthetic of this facility.
Can add some language and bring it back? Absolutely.
Okay, so your motion is to table the item?
Yeah, table the item.
Okay, I'll second that, actually.
Thank you.
Is anybody else that'd like to comment on this? Okay.
I didn't put my hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Is that going to, real quick, they're still operating. I saw them open just the other night. It's not going to delay anything, right?
It's a transitioning lease.
Right, he's opening their day. He sold it, he moved on. It's already all moving forward. Okay.
Would anybody else like to speak to the same? Okay, is there anybody else? Oh,
There
Councilmember
is-
Goncharovich.
I was just going to make a comment that I think have them come to the table, what improvements that they're going to make. I don't think we should dictate what it is because it sounds like they have some significant ideas. So, yeah.
Big plans.
We're thinking
Yeah,
to memorialize whatever it is.
Yeah, we'll find a standard that's appropriate given what they're trying to invest. I think, the point that Greg was making is originally, I think the requisite requirement when we talked about investing and consenting to this transfer was some basic investment of TIs. What it sounds like when they've understood our program, our storefront program, they want to add to that value. They want to make a significant change. So we'll codify it in a way that doesn't harm them, but ensures that they make some significant investment in the storefront.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no members on Zoom wishing to speak and no comments, sir.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed to tabling this? Okay, so we will bring it back. Okay, that concludes our consent calendar items. Now into public participation on non-agenda items. This is your chance to speak on whatever item you'd like to speak, as long as it's not on tonight's agenda. We have 30 minutes. We will allow for 30 minutes. Each speaker is allowed for 3 minutes to speak. And it is 7:02 now, so we go to 7:32. So we have cards in front of us. So I will read who the first two speakers are, and after that, we will continue until the cards are exhausted. Then anybody that would like to speak afterwards can come up to the podium and speak or raise your hand on Zoom. So the first speaker we have is Lena Carrillo, and after Lena is Tina James.
Okay, hi there. For the record, Lena Carrillo, president of RBPSA. I will have a couple of items to receive and file tonight, include some recent job postings from other neighboring agencies, including a code enforcement posting for City of Manhattan Beach. Top end is about $20,000 more a year than our code enforcement positions. Also, Public Works Inspector for Hermosa Beach, Senior Engineer for Hermosa Beach, and Plans Examiner for Torrance, all ranging in $10,000 to $20,000 more. And then also included will be emails complementing the services of our engineering, building, and planning staff, and the service provided by an administrative specialist in our parking enforcement unit in the police department. For engineering, building, and planning, the customer appreciates their, quote, courtesy and efficiency. And for the admin specialist in parking enforcement, the customer states she is highly competent, prompt, and very friendly. Again, Redondo Beach has amazing employees and deserve to be fairly compensated for the job they do. Let me remind you of what the city manager said at both the Budget and Finance Commission meeting and city council meetings in May and June earlier this year during the annual budget adoption process, that after many years of quote austerity, it was time to make an investment in increasing salaries of the miscellaneous employees to be in median market range, not the top, but median. Many years of austerity because miscellaneous employees have averaged only a 0.5% salary increase over the last 10 years, each of the last 10 years. Most surrounding public agencies were giving increases in the range of 2 to 3% a year. However, at the bargaining table, PSA is being offered a portion of that total median over 3 years. So PSAB salaries are now below market, an average of 15% today. So to come up to only a portion of that 15%, and in 3 years from now, we'll be still further behind, even at that point. And employees just can't accept that. Even to come up 15% in 3 years still leaves PSA employees below market by the end of that contract. So in fact, the city's labor negotiator doesn't even dispute the fact that we'd still be the lowest paid in 3 years. What she reflects is that the viewpoint of the city is that there's so many other intrinsic values in working in Redondo, the salary just isn't as important. Now, that may not be how the council or management feels, but that's what your representative at the bargaining table is reflecting on your behalf. Imagine how that makes employees feel. That's being assumed salaries don't matter to us. And in all frankness, I'm sure it's just as nice to work in Hermosa, Manhattan, or Torrance, and they still do pay fairly. But it is true, we do want to work in Redondo, so just please don't exploit that. If there's one thing you take away from hearing us speak out meeting after meeting, just have it be this, that Redondo employees just aren't willing to accept being the lowest paid, even as nice as it is to work here. We want a fair contract, and we want to keep working our hardest for Redondo, and to know that council and management will pay us fairly for the hard work we do. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, next is Tina James, and after Tina is Joan Irvine.
Hi, good evening. I'm new at this, so I'm discovering that, you do handle certain situations.
Sure, tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Tina James.
And your neighborhood, where you're from, which district?
Redondo Beach.
Okay.
North Redondo.
Got it.
That's one of the reasons why I'm here, is I live on Matthews Avenue. As we all know, aviation and Artesia are a raceway all day and all night. Matthews Avenue is the side street that they like to take when they can't get through. And we're a one-way street, and constantly they're racing up and down the streets, blowing the stop sign left and right. And so I was coming here to find out, I'm wondering if the protocol is to get my neighbors to all sign to possibly have speed bumps installed. And, because people come down the wrong way on our one-way street all the time as well. And that's really dangerous. And I understand there's an e-bike meeting. That was the other thing I was going to talk about, because the e-bikes are really, really dangerous. And I guess that was part of the agenda last night as well. And I mean, twice now, I've turned right onto my street to go one way like I'm supposed to. And there's been e-bikes as well as street legal motorcycles with license plates flying down our street the wrong way, racing. And it's just really dangerous. And I don't know if speed bumps would make them want to, use them as jumps or whatever, but I believe it would slow the cars that race up and down the street day and night. And it's significantly gotten worse. So I don't know what the protocol is, but.
Sure, we actually can't engage in conversation, we can provide clarification.
Right.
But your council member, depending on where you live on Matthews, is probably going to be Councilmember Obaji.
Okay.
Or Councilmember Barron, but could you give us?
Green and Matthews.
Green and Matthews, okay. Yeah, I'll get you,
Then
block.
they can guide you through the process for getting speed bumps.
Okay, great. So I'll reach out to
I'll come down to you in a second.
Okay.
North or south side of
Oh, it
Matthews?
doesn't matter. I'll give her the information.
We'll give her the information.
I just wanted to know what intersection,
Because
because
it, there's,
Matthews and Green.
it's a 2-mile stretch, right?
Matthews and
Yeah,
Green
thank you.
between Aviation Way and Blossom.
depending on where you are is where the district line is.
Thank
So
you.
that's why. I said that.
I
So,
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
help. Thank you.
Okay, Joan Irvine is next, and after Joan is Wayne Craig.
Thank you.
Joan Irvine, District 1. City council members, city staff, people who are here today, and people who are out there. I am the founder of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. We started 10 years ago. And what it was people complaining at the city council meetings about the dog poop and the trash and all that. And it was finally like, what are we going to do about it? And so I was referred to, at that point, Mike Wazansky, who was at Public Works, and we put together a plan. We found out what they were going to be doing, Public Works, what we could be doing, and we worked with the city. And I think Keep the Esplanade Beautiful 10 years later is showing what private citizens can do, working with the city, working with the different departments, and also working with all the different people in the village. I mean, it really takes a village in order to do what we do. And we're going to be having, as Niels mentioned, we're having our 10th anniversary tomorrow night at HT Grill back in the Napa Room. And it is a fundraiser. Doesn't cost anything to get into. Our sponsors are covering that, and our sponsors have been our sponsors for years. And it's Athens Service, HT Grill, as Niels mentioned, Village Runner. And what do? We clean up trash. That's what we do. First Saturday of every month, we clean up trash. And what we're going to be doing now is we're actually getting people who have asked to sponsor it. So that we're going to be having, so far we have the Chamber, Leadership Redondo, Beach City Health District, which is amazing. They've offered Riviera Village Association, Friends of Redondo Beach Art. They've all expressed interest in sponsoring a cleanup. So it really does take a village, and it's pulling in all of these people. Also, we're going to be engaging with the youth more. Brad Waller is now on our board, and so is Miriam Butler. Both are bringing in for the children. And so we'll be maybe once a quarter, have a time that the kids can come and we'll have some training to get them involved in the stewardship of the Esplanade, because it's so beautiful. And also, as Niels mentioned, the fireworks, 4th of July fireworks at Avenue I is under Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. Last year, we used Mike Ward to put on the event, and we're planning to expand the event and make it even better, because so many people have been used to years coming down to the Esplanade to watch fireworks. And we want it to be our outreach that they get to enjoy the Esplanade, enjoy the beach, enjoy Riviera Village, and have that family time that they've been used to for decades. And so that Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is providing that to them also. So thank you, and we appreciate everybody's support. And Mike, I really have to thank you, because you were there right at the beginning of all this, and you helped direct us through that maze. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Wayne Craig, and after Wayne is Ivana Robles.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. A lot of really great things are happening in our harbor now. We have our harbor amenities plan, which is proceeding quite well. We have an educational center. We're working on some concept plans. We're talking about even boat ramps, which is something we were supposed to have built 10 years ago, I believe. And all of that happened because of a lot of hard work of a lot of people, but it didn't happen overnight. See, about 7 years ago, around the same time, we were going to cram in a mall about the size of 5 Walmarts in the harbor. Financially, it would have been a bad idea. And as we've seen, the developer that was behind that, who said they would never ever sell off an asset, never leave town, are doing just that. Top Golf in El Segundo, they don't own it anymore. One of the principals of the developer who lived in Pacific Palisades moved down to San Diego, and more things on that. But a lot of things had to happen. So we had a ballot measure, the citizens, the residents of Redondo Beach worked together. We had an overwhelming majority pass an ordinance. But we knew that wouldn't really affect this one aspect of the mall. We had to basically still go through Coastal Commission approval and a bunch of other things. And the developer didn't like the fact that we had the people involved, which as developers like to do, they tried what was described as an anti-SLAPP lawsuit to try to shut up the residents to being able to express what they wanted to have in the harbor. So right now, everything we have is as a result of the hard work of a lot of residents here. And where we are now is we did our part. We saved the waterfront from unscrupulous developers and their local enablers. And now, unfortunately, in May, or actually about a month ago, the latest attempt to extort money and bankrupt those who defeated them, which are the residents, some of our elected officials, Mr. Narenheim, Mayor Brand. The attorneys for Center Cal, who represented Fred Bruning and John Parwarty, the principals of Center Cal, decided to file a motion to compel us to pay $164,560 of their legal expenses. Now, this is after the trial judge, not us, called them out for being behind the sham lawsuit in the first place and using shills, Chris Voicey, and Arnett Travis. It's astounding. Now, we have to pay money for this. This will cost us a lot of money. And what's even more offensive is that this action came out after Center Cal is the one that broke the contract with the city. And they've cost the city almost $22 million. In addition, we just gave them $2 million earlier this year for them to finally leave town so we could start developing the harbor the way people wanted it in the first place. So it's going to cost some money to fight this. We need your help. We're having a fundraiser next Wednesday on October 25th, 7 p.m. at R10. Coming down. It's actually going to be a good event. We're going to talk about all the good things that have happened in the harbor, where we're going, what's going to come up next, bring a bottle of wine. We're going to have an auction. And I encourage the newer council members who were not part of the effort that happened in 2017, come on down. I sent you all invitations. It'll be a great time. Meet the majority of the Redondo residents who want to do what we're doing now finally. Meet them in person. Don't rely on a small group that don't really represent the by far the majority of Redondo residents who want to have good development in our harbor that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ivana Robles, and after Ivana, Sarah Martin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivana Robles, and as of this month, I celebrate my first year as a code enforcement officer with the Redondo Beach Police Department. During this past year, I've had the opportunity to serve the beautiful city that I reside in. I've also seen how each employee's role in the city is a key piece to how the city stays in motion. As a resident, I love that I can support the small businesses, enjoy local restaurants, and be a part of this beautiful community. As an employee, I love engaging with the community and knowing that I can assist positively, helping a resident's quality of life, as well as the council members that sit in front of me today. But in the year that I've been here, speaking on behalf of our entire RBCEA union, it feels that our city employee salaries are not commensurate with the basic cost of living and the expected level of service we provide for the quality of life in this community. I love the city that I work and live in. However, it would be truly unfortunate to have to leave and apply to another city because Redondo chooses to pay its employees below market salaries. I've looked at surrounding cities, as well as 2 cities that are currently hiring code enforcement officers, all of which pay significantly more than Redondo for the same position. So, is Redondo saying those communities value their code enforcement officers' efforts more than Redondo does? Because we don't want one-time payments, we don't want bonus pay, we just want to be brought to the median. Because as of right now, code enforcement specifically is 25.2% under the median. Is that deserving? I'm sure our workload and our work product equal that of neighboring code enforcement units. Therefore, our pay should not be so far below them. The reason we chose to work in the city is because we are loyal and love to be here. We would hope you take care of your employees the way we give the city 10-star quality service daily. I hope you appreciate us enough to take this into consideration. Every day, City Council members request us to resolve residents' concerns, which is always done quickly and effectively because we understand the importance of your requests. Whenever I go out on a call, one of the most common things a resident says is something along the lines of, "I'm so sorry you have to be addressing this. I'm sure you have something better to be doing with your time." I can assure you that they are told every time that not only is it our job to address all concerns or complaints made, but we know that every individual has something that is important to them. So I will do everything in my power to assist them. Which brings me to my last point. Is this the way we as an association should be spending our time? Fighting for just median pay? I think we all deserve that at minimum. In closing, I hope that you can see that all of our individual roles play an integral part in the way that the city stays in motion and how each individual job is important to us. We are not asking to be the top paid city employees, but we're asking to be brought to a simple median. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Sarah Martin is next, and after Sarah, Marco Garcia.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Martin, Redondo Beach District 1 resident for 21 years who learned to sail through the city program in 2010. For over 10 years, the city has routinely been awarded aquatic center grants of approximately $20,000 a year from the California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways. These help to further subsidize the city's sailing school. For the first time ever, the city's grant application was not funded this year. In response to a public records request I sent asking why the grant was denied, the city responded that there were no responsive records. A public records query to the Department of Boating and Waterways on the same topic revealed several responsive records, including an email chain to city staff explaining that the city needed to provide documentation as to how it spent previous year's grant funding before being given more money, in addition to other documentations provided by the city of Redondo Beach to the state. I'd like to take a moment to read a line from the state back in January of this year. From the state to, let's see, it was sent to employees Shannon Sneed, Kelly Orta, and Doug, I don't know how it's pronounced, K-A-K-U. We are making our 2023 grant award decisions and cannot make a formal award to the city of Redondo Beach at the present time because the city has 4 grant agreements spanning 5 grant years totaling $100,367 for which no invoices have been received. And then they go on to list them. Also that same day, there was a couple more paragraphs from the state saying specifically how the city had failed to perform in adherence to the grant agreements. I have 3 recommendations. Number 1, for transparency's sake, the city should revise its email retention and records policy to at least match the state. Number 2, for the sake of city taxpayers, please improve management practices so that the grant-related expenses get properly accounted for and reimbursed by the state as the terms of the grant require, instead of being buried and absorbed by the city and taken away from code enforcement people. Number 3, improve practices quickly enough that the future aquatic center grants can be funded. That's all I have to say. I've submitted all the documentation that I got from the state regarding this to the city clerk today at 1 p.m.
As a blue folder?
Yes.
All right, perfect, thank you.
And available for questions from anybody all the time. By the way, this wasn't, no records, no responsive records. That is a lie. Just like so many presentations we heard about the sailing program for years, full of lies and misrepresentations. It has to stop.
Okay, Marco Garcia is next. After Marco, Nikki Negrete Mitchell.
Blue folder, got it, okay. Got it.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marco Garcia. I'm a 20-plus year employee of the city of Redondo Beach. I'm also a board member for RBCEA. As a municipal services officer, I work under the police department. Our unit handles animal control and parking enforcement, both of which are very important to the quality of life for the residents of the city. We also handle other duties as assigned, like crossing guard, traffic control, deployment of traffic signboard trailers, and anything that may be needed for us to assist with out on the field. I'm here on behalf of our employee group, RBCEA, and also in support of PSA and Teamsters, in requesting the city council to please not forget about your employees and what they do for the city, specifically during these times of labor negotiations. I live in the city of Monterey Park. And some of the reasons why I drive 31 miles one way just to come to work is because I love working for the city of Redondo Beach. It's a beautiful community. I also enjoy my job and the people that I work with. But in reality, because Redondo Beach has kept my salary stagnant for the past 10 years, the 62-mile commute is no longer worth it. Pretty soon, I won't be able to afford the cost of gas to come over here. My position, municipal services officer, is 35.6% below the median salary in comparison to other surrounding cities. I've had a couple of opportunities to go work somewhere else with the experience that I have, but this is the city that I've chosen to work for, and I want to keep working in Redondo Beach. I would like to share a letter with you from one of your residents, one of your constituents in Redondo Beach who complimented our animal services unit. Due to the length of the letter, I'm going to summarize how we helped this resident. A copy of the letter is going to be provided to council in full. A resident's cat on Morgan Lane went missing in March of this year, and 9 weeks later, the cat was found deceased. Our officers scanned the cat, which was microchipped, and were able to quickly locate the owners and return the cat's body. The owner expressed so much gratitude by stating her experience both with officers Villalobos and Garcia, as well as admin person Lorraine, were wonderful, and she appreciates their kindness and compassion so much during her loss. Day in and day out, this is the level of service that we are committed to provide to the citizens of Redondo Beach. However, I'm not just here to advocate for my department. I'm also here to advocate for all city employees that work for the city of Redondo Beach, because every single employee has a significant role as they do their job that contributes a small wave to this organization, which keeps Redondo Beach moving forward. I thank you for your time.
Second?
Second.
Any opposed? Okay, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and that's the last of the cards. Oh, and one more. Thank you.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I'm here to give an update on what's been going on over in the city of Lawndale. Today, Metro was ordered off of Jay Gould's property by the LA County Sheriff. They exposed themselves as being dishonest about their intentions of being there. Meanwhile, Metro is on the agenda for the Planning and Programming Committee meeting tomorrow with a status update. And on the status update, they state that the headstone investigations are underway. So they framed it to Jay Gould as a pipeline anomaly, and he was notified by the city of Lawndale that they were going to be there at 7 a.m. They get there, there's no hazmat, there's no pipeline company, just Metro, and they were surveying. What it was an attempted hostile takeover. Yesterday, they surveyed his property, and today they tried to put up no trespassing signs in the middle of his property, despite the fact that no official decision had been made. We learned that BNSF had erected a wall on his property for unstable soils. When it storms, the rain would go down into the right-of-way, and cars wouldn't be able to see, and they would end up rolling over into the right-of-way, and it would delay trains. And so that was an interesting thing to learn. The unstable soils they go all the way from, as I've been saying all along for the past 3 years, from Manhattan Beach Boulevard all the way down to 190th Street. And, if we haven't seen enough proof, and then I don't know how that's gonna get across. But what happened was there was I guess we'll just call them whistleblower that admitted that the pipeline anomaly talking point was not true, and they were there to look for graves. I don't know why they couldn't just have said, Mr. Gold, we need to survey for graves, and they just lied about it. So it just gets weirder and weirder. The lack of transparency and the abuse and harassment to the residents. It's a totally different world. And, I tried to tell them, Redondo Beach is, handling, so differently. And, the news, I told them, you should come and talk to Redondo Beach about how things are being handled there. And hopefully that last
Motion to
train.
extend for 30 seconds? Second. Okay, anybody opposed? Go ahead.
As Councilmember Kaladerovich has been saying, that last freight train can go, and we can turn that into a green space bike path. And that would be the best that we can do with moving the sea line over to Hawthorne Boulevard elevated. And that would be the perfect dream, actually. Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Thank you. Okay, Sheila Lamb is the last card I have. And provided, if there is time, we might have time for one other speaker.
Good evening, council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. Today I'm here to give a big thank you to Elizabeth Huss and Dave Cheruby for working quickly to inform the residents of the pop-up event that occurred last Thursday in regards to the renovation of the Seaside Lagoon and the promenade. It was a beautiful event, but the thank you is they really worked quickly to get that information on the website, and really appreciate the intensity of their interest in informing the public. I also want to thank the firm Nuvis for a terrific pop-up event. They had great visuals, three different types three choices of the type of design for the Seaside Lagoon, and as well as a beautiful visuals of the promenade. They answered everyone's questions. They were so helpful and generous with their time. Really worth spending time with them. I want to encourage all residents to take advantage of the next one, which is on the 28th, and I think it's going to be in the parking lot of the Seaside Lagoon. The purpose of the pop-up is for residents to give their viewpoints, their interests in this, in the renovation of the Seaside Lagoon and the promenade. So thanks again to Elizabeth and Dave and Nuvis for a great event and for informing the public. Thank you very much.
Real quick, is this the event at the farmer's market?
This was the event at the farmer's market.
It was good. I missed you. I guess I was there. I was there late. Yeah, it was good.
It was a terrific event. They spent, not only with me, but with everyone, they really spent a lot of time. So hope everybody shows up for the next one too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are just at time, 7:32. So we allow for 30 minutes, and we've hit that limit. So I think that's it this time. So if you wanted to speak, please make sure next time you fill out a card so we can.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may add, there's also one person with their hand raised on Zoom.
Yeah.
2 e-comments.
It's up to the pleasure of the council or not to extend the time.
Again, as a matter of policy, we should stick to it.
Okay, I think we're gonna stick with it then, unless anybody's opposed. Okay, we apologize. All right, on to a hearing ex parte communications on the hearing for L1. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any ex parte communications?
I do. I talked to a couple members of the public. I talked to Councilmember Barrett on this item, and I did not talk to staff.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I spoke with staff and members of the public.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I don't think I spoke with anybody about this.
Councilmember Barrett.
I did speak with Councilmember Nierenheim, the mayor, city staff, and members of the public.
Okay, and I spoke to the public. So on to item L1, public hearing for introduction, first reading of ordinances to amend Redondo Beach Municipal Code, zoning and land use for coastal land use plan implementing ordinances pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential areas. So Sean.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, Acting Community Development Director. So,
can I get a motion to open the hearing?
yes.
So
moved.
Second.
Okay, anybody opposed? Thank you, sorry about that. Go ahead.
So, as introduced, this is a public hearing for first reading of ordinances to amend the city's existing accessory dwelling unit ordinances in order to be compliant with state law. So I've got a few slides to walk us through a little bit of the background here, and then on to the actual substantive changes that are proposed tonight. So back in April of 2019, the city adopted its original accessory dwelling unit regulations compliant with state law. Shortly after our first adoption of our original ADU ordinance, the state amended the state laws for accessory dwelling units. And at that time, happened at the end of 2019 and then beginning of 20 is when they became effective, and our existing ordinance became null and void due to non-compliance with state regulations. Then in January 12, 2021, the City Council adopted the updated ADU regulations to be consistent with state law. Again, just this past year, September 28th, 2022, Governor signed still another round of amendments to the ADU regulations. And we're in the situation again where our existing current ordinance is out of compliance with state regulations. So after the new ordinance went into the new state laws went into effect January 1st, the HCD, Housing and Community Development Department, had reviewed our ordinance in great detail and determined that our current accessory dwelling unit regulations were again non-compliant. And they sent us a letter on May 12th citing 10 findings of non-compliance. So when we received the letter, we immediately went to work, looked at each of the findings in detail, and began to assess what changes we needed to make to the ordinance in order to make it state compliant again. We went through that exercise. That June 9th letter that we sent back to HCD was included in your package, and that essentially frames, with only a few minor changes, exactly what we're proposing before you tonight. So what I've got here is a number of slides that walks through each one of the findings that HCD made, a summary of those findings. And then the specific, beneath that are the specific changes that we're proposing tonight. And I'd say of the 10, 6 of these changes are pretty minor. They're kind of a clarification, a change in phrasing, maybe a slight expansion of what HCD is telling us. It's not much different from what we actually have. And this first one falls into that general category. We had to, HCD's finding was that our JADU, junior accessory dwelling unit definition, was out of compliance with the state definition, and they needed us to make some amendments. So you'll see on this slide, the underlined component of this section is the additional language that we added. And it was to, our definition was a little bit too narrow, and they needed it to expand to include attached and enclosed garage or other space that is enclosed and attached to a single family residence. So there's a slight expansion of that definition. This finding 2 was through the it was essentially the HCD noted that we needed to act, what we said was that we act on a complete ADU application within 60 days, but the language in state law says we must approve or deny the completed within 60 days of getting a complete application. So we made that slight amendment, that small change to the language for finding number 2. Then HCD's findings number 3 had to do, and they titled each one of their findings with kind of a subject header, and this one was owner occupancy. And our current ordinance requires a covenant to be recorded specifying that no more than one of the units may be rented. HCD looked at that and said, well, in some cases you can have more than one ADU on a lot, so they took issue with the fact that we just said one could be rented. So in the clause down below, you'll see we've stricken the language that's related to that provision. HCD's finding number 4 is an application sequence subject that they noted. And currently our ordinance puts a cap on the number of permitted units. And before I get a little too far on this one, this was one we felt was a little more substantive. The way that our current ordinance and our proposed ordinance, it has categories of ADUs. It's called streamlined or other 2 categories generally. And the way our ordinance is currently written, we would look at that provision and we would allow an ADU to be streamlined, and then we wouldn't allow one to come in as an other category. The state's interpretation of that was that we couldn't do an or clause. It had to be and. There was state law explicitly allows any of the by right ADU types to be exercised. So we had to strike this section of the existing ordinance here in order to be compliant with state law. And now you could do a streamlined ADU. You could also do an other ADU in addition to a JADU. So HCD's findings 5 was titled fire sprinklers. And our current ordinance requires compliance with fire rating requirements. And HCD looked at that and thought, well, that's expansive. That could mean fire sprinklers as well. And they have a specific prohibition for not being allowed to require fire sprinklers on an ADU if it's not required of the primary dwelling unit. So we had to make some tweaks in the language to adjust that provision. HCD's findings number 6 is a separate sale is the subject. And HCD cites there's actually a narrow provision or narrow exception. Right now, our ADU requirements say you can't sell off an ADU separately. And there's a narrow exception to that in state law that allows a nonprofit agency, if they own the property, to actually sell off under very narrow conditions the ADU to low or moderate income individuals. So we've adjusted the provision to cite that code section that explains that. HCD's finding number 7 has to do with detached structures. Our current ordinance requires that converted accessory structures be within a physically attached accessory structure. And state law, ADU law, does not distinguish between attached or detached accessory structures. So we've made that adjustment in the language, stricken some of that reference to physically attached accessory structure and added that it could be detached as well. HCD's finding number 8 has to do with unit mixture allowance. That's their subject. And our current ordinance limits to no more than one accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit per lot. Per HCD, existing provisions cannot limit the number of accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units to 1 per lot. So it's similar to the other provision. We had a kind of a consistent treatment of our interpretation of state law before. And now we're striking that in order to allow for the multiplicity of an ADU. HCD's finding number 9, existing dwelling. Current ordinance specifies that as a condition of approval of detached new construction ADUs, the lot contains an existing 2-family or multifamily dwelling. And this is another one of those kind of minor changes where per HCD, the law states the ADUs under this provision may also be approved with a proposed multifamily dwelling. So the language had to be changed to also add proposed. And then finally, HCD's finding number 10 had to do with height. Our current ordinance has a height limit across the board. Whatever type of ADU proposing for single family or multifamily, it's capped at 16 feet. The state provisions have broken it down to 16 feet for single family, 18 feet if the property is within a half mile of a major transit stop or a high quality transit corridor. In Redondo Beach, we have only major transit stops. We don't have any of our corridors that qualify as the high quality transit corridor. There's a certain headway time that it has to be less than 15 minutes between stops in order to qualify. And we don't have any headway times that fall into that category. So it's just our transit center and the center up near Marine Avenue that are our buffer areas with the half mile, that you could have an 18-foot height limit if your property is within a half mile of those locations. Also, there's a provision for an additional 2 feet in height is allowed under that 18-foot provision if you're within that major transit stop buffer area. And with the various types of ADUs, we have height breakdowns for each one. So this next slide it's the same consideration, but the same height area of concern, and it's for streamlined ADUs for new detached new construction multifamily. The last one, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that, was for streamlined ADUs for new construction for single family. So streamlined ADUs, new construction, single family, detached, these are the height requirements. And then streamlined ADUs, detached, new construction, multifamily, we have these breakdowns, almost identical, but there is the minimum for single family is the maximum is 16 feet for standalone single family, and it's 18 feet for multifamily. And then again, you've got the 2-foot additional if you're in that buffer area. And then here's the third category, which is for the other ADUs. And the provisions are 16 feet for a single family, detached ADU, 18 feet again in the buffer area, and then 18 feet for detached accessory dwelling unit on a lot with multifamily. That's all the same. And the same again for the additional 2 feet in that buffer area. And then finally, this has a separate category that allows up to 25 feet or the height limitation of the local zoning ordinance that applies to the primary dwelling, whichever is lower, and which in Redondo Beach would be the 25 feet, for an accessory dwelling unit that is attached to a primary dwelling and does not exceed 2 stories. So those were, the 10 findings made by HCD. All of the specific amendments we're proposing to our current ordinance in order to be state compliant. And I just have this slide before the recommendation that I wanted to summarize just briefly, the work the Planning Commission did on the proposed ordinance. They consider the proposed amendments to the ADU ordinances required for state compliance. And there was considerable discussion at the Planning Commission concerning all these various HCD findings. Ultimately, the Planning Commission was supportive of these conservative changes, kind of doing exactly what state required and no more, if you will. And so that's the recommendation that I just presented to you was, those were all the changes staff recommended to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission is now recommending to the City Council. And with that, that is staff's recommendation. We've opened the public hearing, closed the public hearing, introduced the following 2 ordinances by title only, and adopt by title only the resolution submitting the ordinance to the Coastal Commission for the coastal zoning ordinance. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Sean. I have a question for you. Why does the height depend on a high-quality transit corridor? What does that have to do with? What am I missing?
I think it could be some kind of a density, transit-oriented development provision that you're a little bit more urban around your mass transit centers. I'm not sure exactly.
Basically, none of us can figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I understand parking.
Right.
You don't understand height limits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There is one more thing. As eager as we are to put this behind us and turn the page on yet another revision to this ordinance, there is a new state law that I believe is going into effect here soon with regards to the ability to sell these units. That I think the information that had been provided by HCD at the time of the letter has been evolved now with the current opt-in provision in the state law that we're going to have to evaluate and address at some point. We're not proposing to do that as part of this action. We want to stay consistent with the direction we were given in the most recent letter, but that is another task ahead of us that we're going to have to grapple with, and among, I'm sure, many others over the next legislative cycle.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember Nierenheim.
So, yeah, I don't like any one of these changes, but I realize we have to do them. They're all horrible for the coastal zone. I'm a massive advocate of the coastal zone and the Coastal Act. Allowing these ADUs to move forward without parking requirements only allows somebody from Barstow or outside of Redondo, outside of the South Bay, to not show up and make it more expensive and not enjoy the coastline. I agree with your findings about having these detached structures, especially in the 200 block of the avenues where there are alleyways. And I appreciate that thinking with there, so that there are entrance and exit ways. Go to the alleyways to reduce the traffic on the streets and parking issues on the streets. Let's see here, junior ADUs. So what about people who have current garage conversions? Are they going to have to eventually move those over? When they move those over, we get credit for that in our RENA numbers? Do we have to actively enforce that? If we have a garage conversion and someone's doing this in the back of the 200 block of the avenues, will this force us or start going out to enforce that there's a conversion or an illegal structure there?
That's a good question. The enforcement of existing, so you're saying a converted garage.
Grandfathered conversion.
Yeah. If it does come to our attention and there is code enforcement action on it, as the remedy would be, permitted or converted back to a garage. So how that plays out would be up to the property owner. But that it could be that it then becomes legal through the accessory dwelling unit option.
Okay. Fire sprinklers are separate sales. So basically now someone can do an ADU in the back and then sell it off as a different parcel? Is that?
The parcelization is a little bit different. I don't know the
condo?
language in the most recent legislation that was just signed. But the way it's written, it's probably similar to some of the language in the exception provision now. And it's treated somewhat like a condominium, where there's covenants, there's responsibilities of maintenance, there's common ownership of the land other than the structures on the property. But I'd have to, I'm not completely sure how the new language is drafted.
Okay. The last thing I have to say with this is there's a reason why our Neighborhood Voices was formed, and it's because of this action right here. Our Neighborhood Voices is a statewide initiative that gets rid of all of these requirements, all of these state overreaches into our local zoning, into the coastal zone. SB 423 was just signed into law by the governor, which overrides a significant amount of coastal protections for parking and housing and development and access to the beach and access to the coastal zone, access to views. Much less just the fact in general California, we're doing a lot of this because the state is now forcing us to, even though we're not getting credit in our arena numbers or we don't necessarily need to have it done. We're doing other things. If you don't know about our Neighborhood Voices, just type it into Google. It's a statewide initiative. Mayor Brand's actually one of the people who started it. It is absolutely imperative, and this is a perfect and classic example, great example of why we need to stop the state from coming in and doing this. We're completely powerless. We just have to do what they're doing now. And at this point in time, it's almost coming to a point in time where there's no reason to have a city anymore. Just let the state just run everything for us, because that's essentially what they're doing here, telling us what to do and how to do it. And especially we're in a coastal zone here, this is the most important aspect of what Californians have looked at, preservation of that, and it's sad to see. So, yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say on this.
Amen. I mean, it's really amazing to watch Sacramento undercut the Coastal Act bit by bit, and they're doing it by not even 1,000 cuts. They're doing it faster than that. It's really unbelievable. Councilmember Barron.
Oh, that's fine, Barenheim. I like that combination.
We're bookends, so that would make sense.
Scott and Nils Barenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have a question for staff and in the city attorney's office on one of the items in the ordinance, both from a policy and a legal perspective. And specifically, it's the provision that can be found on page 1121 of the agenda packet, which is page 11 of the inland ordinance, which reads, the ADU, the accessory dwelling unit, shall use, quote, and my air quotes, similar exterior siding materials, colors, window types, doors and window trims, roofing materials, and roof pitch, same as the primary dwelling, okay? Similar exterior siding materials, et cetera. And in the blue folder, we had a few letters on that. I have spoken to residents, but one of the comments in the blue folder on that provision in the ordinance is that this requirement, although well-intentioned, imposes inherently subjective design constraints that creates uncertainty in the design process and can significantly increase the cost of construction. It also limits the ability to innovate and apply modern design principles, which could otherwise enhance the aesthetic and functional value of ADUs. Sometimes the best way to pair an ADU with a home is to build something unique that contrasts and complements it. Similar is not always desired. And so, Mr. Scully, was there a discussion about that from a policy perspective, if you know, with the Planning Commission or internally with staff, as to why this is in here and should it be in here?
You know, not recently. This provision is in the current ordinance and has been there since that was drafted back in 2021, January. So going back to that time, and there are, and let me also say that the state reviewed that and had no issue with the language as it currently exists. There are provisions in the state law that do reference the ability to have some design standards upon accessory dwelling units. So, we subjective, it's kind of a borderline. We think we, certainly in the dealings that we've had on accessory dwelling units that comply with that, it's not a very high bar to have just general compatibility. General, just have an element, let's say it's stucco siding, have stucco siding on the ADU. We haven't had any issue with accessory dwelling units being developed that meet that requirement.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion as to whether it's a good idea to require the ADU to look similar to the main unit based on your discussions and experience?
It's a consistent, it's generally a standard in zoning and planning that is, you want your lot to have a singular design element, if you will, or consistent design elements from structure to structure. So I would say this regulation is in keeping with that.
This regulation is in keeping with that to keep the ADU looking similar to the main unit. The concern raised is, hey, let's innovate. My main unit was built in 1965, and I want to put something a little nicer here. Why raise to the bottom and have an ADU that looks like an older home? Or just to this person's point, it could, it's well-intentioned, but it could limit innovation and looks, because the ADU would have to be similar to. And then to your point, I know you have a lot of experience at the desk, the planning department.
Right.
Do you anticipate that this could create, and you touched on it a little, some consternation, some lack of objectivity when it comes time to look at ADUs and make a call? This is similar, it's not really similar.
It could, there is always a dialogue between architect, designer, and staff. I will say that this provision is only in the other category. It's not in any of the streamlined categories. So it wouldn't apply to many of the accessory dwelling units that we do process.
And to Councilmember Narenheim and Mayor Pro Tem's point, we're just getting more and more of this coming in, so I'm sensitive to that. And I want to thank our city attorney's office for having Ms. Park here, and thank you for being here. On the legal front, the ADU ordinance, and I know you're familiar with this, says you could have objective standards for ADUs. An objective standard is defined, I won't read it all here, but it can't involve subjective judgment, essentially. So kind of two quick questions. One, we did get a letter from HCD pursuant to this government code section regarding ADUs and objective standards. They didn't say anything about this, putting aside the policy for a moment. So, one, from a legal perspective, does that mean we have no problem? We've been completely insulated and we could keep this in if we so desire and not have any problems from HCD, et cetera? Number one. And number two, if it hasn't been blessed across the board from HCD as being okay, and I don't want to get into liability or what have you, but could this perhaps create an argument that this standard is not objective and maybe we should consider, Xing it out? So.
Well, we're complying with HCD's recommended changes according to their letter, their latest letter in June. So I feel comfortable that we're addressing all their concerns. Now, whether they'll have additional concerns later on, and this being one of them, I can't speak to that, obviously. But I do understand your question it does say in the ADU law, which is Government Code Section 65852.2, that there is a process. So if the department, we're obligated to submit our revisions to the department. If they see any type of inconsistency with state law, then they provide us with a letter, which they did on multiple occasions. And then we have the option to either amend the ordinance or adopt the ordinance without any changes. At that point, it's on HCD to notify the Attorney General that we're in violation of the law, and then the Attorney General decides whether they're going to file a petition for writ and force us to comply with state law. So it's a difficult question to answer, but this has been on the books, as Mr. Scully said, since we adopted it back, the original adoption date. It's never been flagged for us. So at this point, I don't believe it's a concern for HCD, but it may be a concern in the future.
And you think we may have a safe harbor where if it is a concern, we could change it before it goes too far? Or not necessarily?
I'm sure that if HCD believes it is a concern, they'll send us a letter and we'll go through this process again, and we'll have to come back and amend the ordinance again.
All right, thank you. Thank you both. Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
And Councilmember, if I could, on a more pragmatic basis, in experiencing planning department's consideration of architectural treatments from a 30,000-foot level, it seems to me typically when you have a condition like this or standard like this and an applicant comes in and would like to make a change or improve their structural element and still maintain this consistency or similar standard, our staff are usually able to work with the architect to achieve that goal. We don't look at it quite as linearly as it's stucco, it's brown, it has to be brown, it's stucco. I think there are more creative problem-solving opportunities, and there's more flexibility in that than perhaps that would read. And I think that would give folks more license to build what they're desiring as it pertains to the ADU, particularly when it's a clear upgrade from their perhaps main structure, if it were, to your point, a 1965 building that could use a little refresh on its own. So it's been my experience that our staff have found ways to work with applicants in that on a practical level.
Do you think from policy perspective, it should be a requirement that the ADU looks similar to? And when I say policy, I mean not the policy we evolved, but based on what you see and how this plays out.
I think it's a standard that it's a good place to start. And I think when you have architects that want to build something that might be beyond what is in the current architectural presence of the main property, there are ways to achieve their goals if it is a true upgrade. I think if you eliminate this standard, you're more likely to open the door towards the standard construction that looks worse than the main house because it's more cost effective. And I think that's what a standard like this is trying to achieve, some consistency and quality, not necessarily limiting what can be achieved on a higher quality basis, but ensuring that the bar remain at least at the level of the current main house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Mr. City Manager, when you said that there's a new law that may prohibit or prescribe us from limiting the saleability of these things, why wouldn't we just address that now?
Because it doesn't actually limit us yet. I believe, and we've got to evaluate it, I believe there's an opt-in component to the law as it's currently written. So we still have some discretion as to whether or not to choose to allow for sale. We need to evaluate the merits of it. And if, of course, it does become an obligation, we'll bring it back again to comply.
And then Mr. Scully, is the ADU ordinance, sorry if I missed this, is this subject to our objective residential standards?
It is, yes.
It is. So we had a saving clause in our objective residential standards that says, if I recall correctly, something to the effect of, to the extent any of these laws violate state housing law, then they'll not be enforced, right?
Could you run that by me again?
Maybe I'll ask Ms. Park.
Yeah.
Do you recall us approving?
I do recall the city council approving the objective residential standards. I don't have a specific recollection of that provision, but that sounds right.
Okay, so if there hypothetically was that provision in our objective residential standards, and there was a law in this ADU ordinance that potentially violated either the objectivity requirements of the state law or some other evolving new requirement of the state law, then would that exception to the enforcement apply?
I believe so.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
That's a good question. Great question.
Seems Mayor Pro Tem expected you to speak longer.
All right, let's just take public comment because there's no other people. Anyone else want to take some public comment? Come on down. Who with cards first?
Well, I guess who's that? Well, I nominate Ms. Councilmember Kalajerovich to Mayor Pro Tem.
Doesn't matter, just.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like we have no more speakers on the council. We have two cards here, Dean Skimmer, and after Dean, Ibrahim Zoltani. So Dean, if you would, please come up to the podium.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dean Skinner. Now that we're all warmed up to the ADU issue, I'm here for a project that we have proposed. It's 1921 Vanderbilt Lane, and the current house is a non-conforming 4-unit on an R3 lot. It consists of a front single-family dwelling and a rear building with 3 units attached. And our proposal was to take the lower floor of the front single-family dwelling and convert it to a 697 unit or 697 square foot ADU. The current property has 8 off-street parking, 6 garages, 2 carports. And under our current proposal, we keep all that parking. The state does say that we can convert a garage and remove off-street parking and put an ADU. However, with what we've proposed, I think it's a better plan for the city, a better plan for the neighborhood, because we're not removing any off-street parking. The neighboring property just they removed 7 or 8 garages, put 3 extra doors, and preserved only 3 off-street parking spaces. And with our proposal, we want to put 1 ADU. It'll be a separate entry, and the second floor will be a nice 3-bedroom unit. The rear units they're detached. It's a back building. Those will be remodeled, but we'll preserve all of our off-street parking with our proposal. And we're aware of the state law that says you can only convert in a multifamily, non-livable space to a garage, storage shed, things like that to an ADU. However, this front building that we want to use is actually a single-family dwelling. And I believe the state law, if I'm not mistaken, it says that we can convert a portion of that into an ADU. So that's our proposal. I did bring a set of plans. I also sent them into planning. I don't know if you guys want to look at them or not, but I think that our proposal considering we keep the parking. I know you mentioned parking. I know it's a big deal, especially in this neighborhood. It's very, very tough to find a parking space in the middle of the day there. So to be able to preserve our parking and put the ADU, that's our proposal.
Okay.
So we'd like you guys to.
I believe though, this is 1921 Vanderbilt.
Yes, it's 2 lots west of the library. So Vanderbilt and Green.
Okay.
And that's on that multifamily area in between Artesia and Grant. But
it is not in the coastal zone. So,
Sorry, what are you asking us to do?
yeah.
To approve the ADU, because what I was told is we can only put a JADU in the existing living space. However, that building is not a multifamily. The front building is the original single-family dwelling. And in a single-family dwelling, I believe the state law, you probably know better than I, as you've been going through this, it says that we can convert an ADU, not just a JADU, out of a single-family dwelling. So that's kind of like where we're at. And we could, take a multifamily and use the parking spaces, but we'd rather not do that.
I'm not sure that,
That's not, I don't think your individual case is before us.
Yeah, right now we're talking about
and
the
it would be a
coastal, the
Brown Act-
coastal.
Brown Act violation for us to discuss your individual case at this time.
Yeah, my suggestion would be, let us evaluate this through the counter. We'll certainly work with the applicant to understand the rules and determine whether or not this proposal is allowed under the rules and our ordinance, and we'll be in consultation with you. I think Sean's aware of your case and certainly can get your contact information if we need to follow up.
Yeah,
So,
and this is a particular, are trying to be in compliance with state law related to this in the coastal zone. So it's a little bit different than what you're talking about.
Okay.
But I'm sure Sean and his staff will be able to help you.
Okay,
So,
good.
yeah.
All right.
No problem. I also see Ibrahim Sultani. Is that the same?
same issue.
Okay, great. No problem. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Please bring your card up. Ms. Osborne?
My name's Holly Osborne, District 5, and actually Nils read my mind because this is just a perfect opportunity to remind everybody about the Our Neighborhood Voices campaign. And what this is we're trying to get on, it will be that now, the 2026 ballot, an initiative that will add a constitutional amendment, that will put a constitutional amendment on the ballot and give the control back to the cities, okay? Anyway, we were trying for 2024 for a while, but now it's 2026. So when I or somebody else comes around, and won't be starting this year, to get your signature, please sign. And please tell your friends, because a lot of people really don't know about this ballot initiative yet. I don't know where they've been living, but if the way people find out about it is when something really horrible comes to your neighborhood. I actually hope we don't find out about it that way. If something really horrible comes to somebody else's neighborhood, we've got to be able to get back our own control. So that's ourneighborhoodvoices.com. And they really, really need people to sign up to be volunteers, to be signature gatherers, okay? They need a certain number. We need money, but we need that too. So thank you, Mr. Narenheim. I'm just reminding everybody.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate that.
Okay. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council, and to continue with the theme of bad things may be coming quicker than you think. Last week at my office meeting, we were talking about a bill that was on the governor's desk ready to sign, AB 1033. If you don't know what this is, what it actually will allow homeowners to do is to build an ADU on their property, sell it separately like a condo. Think about that. Every single home that's in your neighborhood, single family owner can build. Now again, there's a lot of stipulations and different underlying agreements that have to go on. I think there's an opt-in option that cities have to do. But think about that. Theoretically, your neighbor could build an ADU in their backyard and sell it separately as a condo. Wow, that's a little scary. And in my business, a lot of the folks who are in real estate are finally realizing it. This is a little bit nuts, even for them. And I mean, the joke was, wow, we're gonna have a lot of listings in the MLS for $100,000 now. Think about it, tiny studio place, no parking, no access, $100,000, here you go. Anyway, bad things are coming. The governor just signed this into law. So get ready. And I suggest you follow up, Councilmember Narenheim's advice, follow up with our neighborhood voices. before this actually happens in your neighborhood. Thank you.
So they're claiming now that they're lowering housing prices by doing things.
Right.
Okay. Would anybody else on Zoom like to speak?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we do have some raised hands at this time.
Okay.
Grace Pang, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Grace Pang, District 5. I already wrote you a letter, but I just want to reiterate that if you have a legacy rule and no one remembers how it got in your book and you can't really explain why you need this rule, maybe you should just not have subjective rules on there that are like subject to interpretation, that someone who is unhappy with the city could sue us over an unclear subjective standard, such as what looks similar to the main house. Like beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Someone may want an ADU that's dramatically different than the main house. For instance, somebody could be an empty nester and they want to build an ADU for themselves and they want something new for a new chapter of their life. They shouldn't, maybe their kids who are living in the main house want to paint their house a different color. I think just make everyone, we always talk about local control. Let people decide for themselves how they want their houses to look. And I say that also about the way that the doors, you want an ADU door not to be visible from the street. You already said when we went through the objective design standards a month or two ago, and you already said that R2 and R3 townhouse doors had to face the street because doors that face the street foster a stronger community feeling. Okay, so if doors that face the street are good for the community, then why do ADU doors have to be hidden from the street? Like, this is completely inconsistent and unfair. Let people decide how they want to orient their houses and their doors, what they want to paint, what their finishes are like. Give people local control over their private property. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Yes, we have another speaker, Xavier Alexis Rivas. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, this is Javier Alexis Rivas here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. So I'm a homeowner and resident of Redondo Beach. Moved here last year, love it here. I've also got an architecture degree from the Cooper Union in New York City, and I've spoken a couple times at City Council. This isn't my first time, and just wanted to voice my thoughts and concerns with the ordinance as is. I understand that a lot of the changes are just to comply with what's required of the state, but it does seem like there's just excessive restrictions on what a homeowner can do in their backyard, where it really doesn't affect that many people. Specifically, this is something that's been spoken about. I echo a lot of what Grace just said, but the accessory dwelling unit using the same or similar exterior materials as the primary dwelling. What if I want to build an ADU in the style that I'd like, and then 4 years down the line, gut my home and do a renovation and build something else? Why do I have to do it the same or similar as what's already there? It just seems excessively, it just seems like an excessive restriction that really doesn't, help anyone. So in general, I would encourage removing of similar, restrictive aspects of this ordinance, and in general, I would encourage you to promote the construction of ADUs, which is a great form of housing, and a great way for homeowners to have additional financial flexibility, to have rental income, to have their in-laws move in and support with raising children. There's just so many reasons people build ADUs. Please don't make it more difficult for homeowners than it needs to be. So that's what I'd ask. I also sent in a letter yesterday evening, so I hope you had a chance to see that. But thank you for considering this.
Okay.
So there's
Any other speakers?
There are currently no other Zoom speakers, but there,
3 e-comments, 1 support, 1 oppose, and 1's neutral.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Okay. Anybody else in public like to speak to this item?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Councilmember Barrett, did you want to speak?
Just amongst council.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and anybody opposed? Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
I'm inclined to desire to remove the similar language from section E1 of the coastal and inland ordinance for the reasons we've talked about. I don't know if anyone else has a feeling for or against, but I figured we could at least talk about it.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I'm opposed. Character of our neighborhoods, character of our community is deeply ingrained upon the character of the houses that we build. And when you start building an ADU that looks completely different, out of character as the front house, you change the character. For instance, especially in the coastal zone, in the 200 block of the avenue, there's a lot of Spanish style homes. If you were to go and start building, taking those Spanish style homes and putting an ADU in the back or converting part of that home to something that looks completely different, it changes the character of the neighborhood. And there's a lot of impacts to that. When people buy into a community, they don't buy the ability to build whatever they want. They build the rights to build something. And that is given through this process. And HCD has looked at this verbiage. It's gone through our legal, it's gone through planning commission, with unanimous vote, I believe, right? Unanimous vote by our planning commission. I don't like any of these changes. I could be quite frank and honest with everyone at all, in any way, shape, or form. Completely not wanting any of these changes, but I'm having to acquiesce. So keeping their neighborhoods consistent is very important. And keeping the character consistent. And with the state coming in doing what they're doing right now, SB 9, you can just take out an entire single family house and put in a townhome with 2 ADUs on there. Now you have 4 units there. And as an example, on SB 9, there was a house that was bought for $1.7 million, Spanish style house. It was demoed, rebuilt with 2 townhomes and an ADU on each of them. The first one sold for $1.8 million and another one sold for $2 million. And the parking was left exactly the same at 2 units of parking. So this is just another state overreach, and we're losing our neighborhoods, and we got to have what we need to have in order to keep our neighborhoods where we are. So that's, I would significantly oppose that.
Thank you for that candid commentary. I appreciate it. I would just, 2 things. Maybe a compromise is to nix it from the inland, room for compromise, and then thinking about what you mentioned about not wanting someone to SB 9 the property where they just bulldoze down the single family home and do 4 on a lot or potentially 6 on a lot. Maybe by allowing 1 ADU would encourage that single family resident to say, you know what, I'm going to keep this home. I'm going to put just 1 little ADU here. And by allowing them to do something nicer than the original home, it may encourage them not to SB 9 the thing. I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other on SB 9, but just to address it. So bottom line, maybe a compromise could be to keep it in the coastal, remove that provision from inland. So I just put that out there.
I think it's interesting how you use the SB 9 as a verb.
Yeah.
SB 9 something. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, so if my concern is that people are going to potentially, if you could light up 2B, please, people are going to use this accessory dwelling ordinance to just drop containers or the cheapest other livable substance into their backyards. And now you're going to look over, if you do have a backyard, I don't, but if you do have a backyard, you look over, your fence, you're going to see this ugly structure that doesn't match with the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood and the like. I too don't want to violate the state housing law, but I also think that our planning department doesn't want to violate the state housing law. And people have to apply for these accessory dwelling units to the planning department. And I think they realize how under the microscope we are and will be interpreting all our laws and implementing them to favor the granting of ADUs, including as just expressed to this individual who came with their project. So I also am comforted by the savings clause that we have in our residential design, objective residential standards. I think that'll help us out if this does present to be a problem down the line. But I do think that preserving some character or some qualities, texture, height, materials of the existing structures on the property or matching them is important to the neighborhood, and would like to keep that in place. And if we get sued on it, we can bring a revision to the ordinance, drop it, and concede to the lawsuit and grant the ADU.
Where did you find that photo? I've never seen anything like that.
I don't know, but a picture tells 1,000 words.
So
pretty much.
It's really cool, this thing. Google search, you just converted container residential structure, and then you click images, and then you get all sorts of stuff that people will do. I mean, that's pretty if you want to live in an industrial area.
I agree with you 100%. I think the response would be, though, that Redondo Beach is a pretty high-end area, and people will appropriately put high-end construction for that reason.
Well, that's assuming a lot.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. Not all the people who are building in Redondo Beach are going to live in Redondo Beach. And so they might not care about the character of the neighborhood, and that's why these safeguards are here. With that said, I'm sure with the advance of materials and the like, people can match the style without matching the exact materials and still build affordably here. So I would just move to accept, introduce for first reading ordinance to amend the Redondo Beach Municipal Code by title only, Title 10, Chapter 2, Zoning Land Use, Title 10, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use Plan, implementing ordinances pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones, consistent with state law and consideration of CEQA.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councilmember Kalujarovich.
Yes, before we vote on that, I will say that, our neighborhoods are changing because that's what neighborhoods do. I mean, people move in, they move out, they're going to want to plant different things, they're going to paint their house a different way. So keeping character is important, but, when we're talking about just these specific items, I mean, just in the effort of efficiency, I think these are things that are going to need to be changed anyway. So it would be great if we could maybe get ahead of it and save ourselves some time down the road, but it seems like we have maybe not the agreement on that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not, unless we limit it to inland. I don't know if there's a third boat lurking.
Okay.
You can't ask what you don't get for, or you don't ask for. So
Yeah, so
I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome to make a motion, a substitute motion.
Yeah, I did have, before we go there, the issue about the unit shall have an entrance separate from the primary dwelling located so it's not visible from a street. What, any thoughts on keeping that? We heard some comment on that earlier.
On a corner lot.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what was the?
It's on page 1121 of the agenda packet, item E2, beginning, if the accessory dwelling unit's attached to a primary dwelling, the dwelling unit shall have an entrance separate from the primary dwelling located so that it is not, meaning the entrance, visible from a public street where feasible.
Is that something that HCD had contacted us about?
We cannot talk about this. The public hearing is closed. Can you actually
We're
clarify?
not reaching out to the public. You can talk to staff, right?
I'm not sure we can.
I think you can
I
ask
think
a
it's
question.
closed.
All right, well,
I mean,
quick motion to reopen if
that's
needed.
again, you need to reopen the public hearing?
Yeah.
Just do a quick motion to
I don't think
reopen.
you can reopen a public.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can do that.
Can you?
You have to go through ex parte or?
Yeah.
We can.
Okay.
I'm not sure you can. I don't know.
questions we could answer, but.
Yeah, just.
So that, again, that's an existing provision from our second iteration of ADU regulations. I see Cheryl digging through the actual provisions. I don't know if it's explicit in state law that's called out, or if that was, I can tell you what the planning intention is, and it's more geared towards our single-family residential zone and having the open, let's say, transformation into multifamily with, duplex development facing the street. So trying to, still allow them to have the 2 units, but not having that forward facing to have the impact that it would have in a single family residential neighborhood. So that's.
Somebody could just use SB9 and split and have 2 units, right?
They could.
Okay, so this is really not achieving anything.
I will say we have seen 130 to 150 ADUs, and we've seen 1 SB9.
Quite interesting. There is a motion on the floor and a second.
I'll put a substitute, well, friendly amendment's not going to happen. I'll just do a substitute motion to adopt
Just by title only 23-7006.
Thank you, Councilmember. To adopt by title only 23-7006, with the exception of striking item E1 from the inland ADU regulations, which appears at the top of page 11 of those in the inland ordinance, if that's clear enough. And that's the, by the way, the similar language about having to be similar.
Okay, is there a second?
To be clear, that's just E1, not E2.
I figured I'd just go for E1, but E2 is the door, but I'm happy to include E2 if you'd like. Bridge too far. E2?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, striking both E1 and E2 from the inland ordinance on page 11 of that ordinance.
Okay, there is a substitute motion on the floor. I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just have a question?
Yes.
Sure.
Would a fair compromise be that we just strike number 2 rather than number 1? Would you be open to that?
I mean, I'm always looking for, working together and compromise. I mean, E1's kind of the big one.
So,
I mean, E1 is.
You're right, that's a big one. That's an important one. And this isn't about, by the way, preserving the character of the neighborhood. This is literally about making sure the front half of the property matches the back half and vice versa, and isn't a shocking change to an adjacent neighbor, or devaluing change for that matter. So that's what it's, the character is going to evolve nonetheless, but the character of the ADU should evolve with it.
Yeah, and the ADUs, we've already got a number of restrictions on the size, the height, the space of the ADU. It's already a pretty small footprint. So we're not talking about a whole new structure. This is just kind of keeping something nice in the neighborhood. And
we don't need 3 separate votes on this, so let's just go for a vote.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. I will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And no for me. So we have the original motion on the floor and a second. I will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
I'm an aye in the hopes that maybe we come back and revisit this at the appropriate time.
Okay. And I'm an aye myself.
Well, I hope not.
So that's, it passes 4-1.
So that's for the 2 ordinance and the resolution. And
Correct.
I just want to be clear.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then if I may read those titles into the record, Mayor Pro Tem? Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3264-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones consistent with state law, and to introduce by title only ordinance number 3265-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law, and adopt resolution number CC 2310-109, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, forwarding to the Coastal Commission the amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementation Ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law and incorporating California Coastal Commission modifications. That concludes the readings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to item N1, discussion upon
Before we
possible
do,
action.
pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to make a motion for a short 5-minute recess.
Second.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody
8:40.
opposed? Okay, we will be back here at 8:45. Let's just keep it 8:45. Okay.
Well, we have 3, 4.
Okay, we are back in session. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujarovich.
She's here somewhere. She's on her way.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
Deborah
Okay, thank you. On to item N1, discussion possible action on the utilization of the Veterans Park Historic Library Community Center facility. So Cameron and Kelly.
Yeah, and I think I'm actually going to handle that one today, Mayor Pro Tem, just to provide a bit of a summary of how we got here, and then to give you all a little bit more time to perhaps hear from the two proposers that have been interested in the space. I want to thank both Chef Dora and Made by Meg for their interest in the property. We were grateful to receive the two proposals that we did. As the council knows, we started this process quite some time ago. We spent some time here and through outreach efforts with the community to try to determine what the goals are for the future operation of this space. For me personally, and I think for the community and the council, the Veterans Park Historic Library is a sacred space. It's one of our truly cherished architectural features in the community. It's a wonderful venue when used properly, and it really presents a unique opportunity for our community into the future. And I think the goals that were laid out in the RFP spoke to that. The community in particular, I think, did not want to see us into the future sequester this venue for only special events that are provided to private groups. We did have success financially through our previous catering arrangement and concessionaire operation and sort of model. But we did periodically, and I hearken back to my time as community services director as well as the public works director, we would periodically receive complaints from the community about access to this really historic building. And I think the goal that we had, the overarching goal we had with the RFP was to try to receive a proposal or proposals from a vendor or a series of vendors in partnership to find a way to both operate it for private gatherings on a case-by-case basis, but then also have that accompanied with public cultural programming that was available to all of our members of our community. And not to do just one or the other, but to do a combination of the two. I think one of the features that I thought was very intriguing about the RFP was the goal to operate a public cafe that would be available to the community throughout the course of the year. Whether it was available all day or night, maybe to be determined, but generally something that would be open to the public Monday through Saturday or Tuesday through Sunday. Those types of details to be determined, but every day generally to have the opportunity to go in there, have a cup of coffee, grab a pastry, grab a sandwich, sit and overlook the ocean inside of that wonderful space. I thought that was a very intriguing concept of the RFP. The ability to achieve that and to find a partner that's willing to meet all of those goals, I think in final analysis and retrospection of the two proposals we received was probably a bit much to ask. And I think why we are recommending what I'm going to describe here as our hybrid operating model is because I think for us to do this right, we're going to need to operate in partnership with the concessionaire. The city's going to need to maintain some control over the venue, and then we're going to have to concede control through a to-be-determined negotiated agreement that will give them use of the space, control of the space, calendaring of the space on for specific periods of time. And again, that has to be negotiated, while also allowing the city to maintain some control of calendar to ensure that when a California Arts 101 event pops up and presents itself to the community for consideration, or future cultural program partners that have museum affiliations or performance-based affiliations or other art-based performance or just general static art installation, rotating events or presentations, that we have an ability as a city to say, okay, you can cite that activity in the space, and we can work in partnership with our concessionaire to provide that opportunity and not have to come back and renegotiate the concessionaire agreement or compel or tried to coerce the user of the space to allow for that type of presentation or display. So I think to do that properly, we need to create this hybrid model. We need to manage the time and the calendar through some type of a contracted arrangement that we need to negotiate. And ultimately, we need to set out very clearly what we want to demand from the operator to give them an opportunity to have that sort of sequestered use of the facility 6, 8 months, 9 months of the year, depending on council's ultimate parameters. And I think to do that fairly and to give both of our very capable, very qualified proponents an opportunity to evaluate that, to perhaps sit down with our staff and determine what that structure could look like. And also in recognition that they, as operators, need an opportunity to earn money, to provide events that gross revenue and allow them to be successful in their own right. We're not looking for somebody to come in here and just serve the community. We're obviously looking for a partnership that will allow them to be successful in a private capacity as well, that we talk to both of them and negotiate a structure that we can ultimately bring back to the council. What I'm recommending to you tonight is not to take a specific action to award an agreement to either party, but to communicate with the two parties, hear from the two parties, maybe ask questions of staff. What was your analysis as you evaluated the two groups? Cameron, Kelly, Elizabeth spent a lot of time interviewing, reading the proposals that were received, trying to understand perhaps how the two presented themselves, what group might be a better fit for use of the space. And they have some thoughts on it. And I think it's worth asking them questions. If you're curious about that, I think it's worth hearing both from Chef Dora and Made by Meg themselves. What is their interest in this space? What visions do they have for the property under this hybrid format, if the council is ultimately in agreement with that? And perhaps to gauge their interest moving forward to help us create and define this different operating model that we're suggesting. You know, in my view, and it's the reason it's taken several months to get to you here, as we looked at these proposals, and it just became clear to me, and hearing from the community and hearing from all of you and the enthusiasm that the city has had for California Arts 101, that we need to determine a structure that would allow us to continue that type of operation while also providing a private, competent, qualified concessionaire that can help engage the space when it's not of desire to the community, when it's perhaps better suited for those private gatherings, whether there be weddings or birthday parties, et cetera. So rather than have you approve one or the other, my suggestion tonight would be you speak to both of them and you authorize us to continued conversations with each of the groups, work on proposed concept terms that would achieve all of these goals and come back to you with a more formal recommendation. It's really that simple. That's why we're not doing a big PowerPoint. I view tonight's conversation as a bit of a pivot as we explore this, with the goal ultimately of trying to achieve the community's aims here as it pertains to this very special venue.
Okay.
That's all I've got for you.
Okay, so where do we start? Do we have each of them come up?
I would invite them both up. I wouldn't put a clock on them. I'd let them present, as they see fit. I'd ask them questions. And I think what I'd like to hear, especially, and I'm sure you all would too, is gather their interest under this perhaps hybrid model that we've laid out in the staff report. And again, with the notion that it's going to evolve, that we're going to have to define this and codify this at some point in an agreement.
Okay. Why don't we have
Councilmember Baji, do you have your coin to flip for who goes first?
I don't carry.
I'll just call Chef Dora up first. Why don't we have Chef Dora come?
Challenge coin?
Oh, the challenge coin.
The challenge coin.
Psych,
I don't know if we have to go into that
coin
one.
flip.
Yes.
I don't know where it is though. It's my backpack.
Motion to receive and file.
Second. Anybody opposed?
Maybe you pick the winner with the coin.
No winner tonight.
I'm just kidding.
Well, my name is Dora from Chef Dora Presents, and I'm very honored to be here. It's taken several months for us to be able to come and present our ideas, and we're very happy to be here in front of City Council today. Chef Dora Presents is absolutely behind the hybrid model. Truly, the only difference between the hybrid model and our original proposal was that is the timeshare. We were always really focused on having a community gathering space and making it not just a special event venue, but also a place that will bring Redondo Beach back, create energy, and be a place where families can spend time with their children and create lots of memories. My team is extremely experienced at doing this. I've been a chef for over 31 years, as well as my business partners over here. And we managed with New York Food Company 3 very successful venues for over 25 years. And one of them was a historical point of interest. So we're used to managing facilities that need to be managed with historical contractors and abiding by certain guidelines. We are committed to this partnership. Redondo Beach Historic Library, we'd love to ensure that we both share in the success in building a community gathering space. We have over 25 years experience in operating historical venues. Our philosophy has always been an open door policy. At the 3 venues that we managed, we always were open 7 days a week. If there was not an event in place, we always had salespeople there and coordinators just to be able to tour people and allow people in. So even if there wasn't an event, people would still be able to have access. We would, again, work with city officials to preserve the historical authenticity of this landmark and manage organized turnover events to complement day-to-day operations. A sample of what we have done to partner with the city of Redondo Beach is, we donated and became part of California 101. Just because we wanted to be seen as partners with Redondo Beach Library with no promises. We did promise California 101 that we will be there for you. We helped them with the grand opening. We created farmers market classes for anyone in the community that wanted to be a part of it, which was really successful. We took people from the community who were interested and we did a tour of the farmers market, kind of did a black box type of thing where I didn't know what I was going to create, but I wanted to introduce people to seasonal, interesting, organic products that they could introduce into their own home and not be scared of the farmer's market. Then we brought it back to the library and we created something delicious. Several different grazing platters with seasonal fruit and beautiful artisanal breads and cheeses made by the local artisans, getting people to use the local vendors. We also have been taking care of the police department for several months. During our busy months, May through September, every Tuesday night, we've been feeding the graveyard shift over at the police department, really just wanting to take care of the people who take care of us. During our busy time of year, we always have extra product and not wanting it to go to waste and not wanting to give the police leftovers, we would always take our gorgeous ingredients and turn it into something delicious and drop it off to the police department every Tuesday at 6 p.m. A case study in which we're able to create a beautiful event while not interfering with a business operation is you can be seen at the Richstone facility event that we do at the Porsche dealership. Every year we do the Heart Gala for over 100 people over at the Porsche dealership in Hawthorne, and we transform the dealership into an elegant event space. The dealership maintains operations the day of the event and the day after the event. We do not interrupt the sales and the day-to-day operation. We commence very efficiently and we're able to take care of a fantastic fundraiser as well as keep the Porsche operations uninterrupted and create a memorable experience and help the kids. Another case study that I'd love for you to take into point is the South Coast Botanical Gardens. It is a facility that is owned by the city. And we at Chef Dora Presents are one of the prime vendors over there, and we're able to take a blank canvas and turn it into an event space. Farm-to-table dinners, celebrations, family gatherings. South Coast Botanical Garden is open to the public 7 days a week. This is something that is not interrupted by special events. So I would love for you to take a look at the Redondo Beach Library and see how both operations can enhance one another, and that the hybrid model is absolutely possible. If we have an event at the Koi Pond or the Rose Garden, the rest of the grounds are still open and enjoyed by the community. And we plan on opening a beachside bistro on the western side of the property that would be able to continue its operation, even if we have an event that we plan on having on a Saturday night, a wedding, let's say. Our beachside bistro would be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and not interfere with dining that would happen later on in the evening if we were having a special event. We would be able to take care of the guests, give families again an area where they can relax and enjoy the historical landmark and enjoy seeing the energy of an event taking place, see memories being made. As you will see, I believe we put our storyboard down. Our vision for the Redondo Historic Library is kind of a coastal Gatsby, keeping in mind the historical background of the Art Deco style and adding a lot of contemporary coastal beachside moments throughout the property. We'd love to be able to also focus on the arts. The Redondo Beach Historic Library is a canvas for local artists and art galleries, and we've been partnering with local businesses and organizations and companies to see who would love to be a part of opening up the Redondo Beach Library to the arts. And this isn't just conjecture, this is something that we've been working on, not something that we just came up with at the spur of a moment. We've been talking to people at Resin, Aiden Morgan, and talking to them about doing sculpting classes midweek for kids at the Redondo Beach Library. We've been working with the Redondo Beach Art Group. They meet first Wednesdays of each month, and we'd love them to help perhaps host one of these meetings. Paul Blyden, I believe, and Debbie Collette would love to do that over at the Redondo Historic Library. At a previous park, they created a gorgeous mosaic, and perhaps that's something that the city would be interested in. Destination Art, we've been talking to Robin Johns, Art Life Studio, we've been talking to Vanessa Andrade, and these are just some of the few vendors that we've already taken the initiative to start creating the community outreach. Again, we plan on having an open door policy as we have always done at all of our venues. We would love to invite residents to experience our dynamic transformation firsthand and see the energy that's being created. Energy creates more energy. You take a look and see what's happened to Riviera Village as people have seen other folks with outdoor dining enjoying themselves. All of a sudden, Riviera Village has become a destination and not just a drive-through, not just a street to get up to Palos Verdes. I've lived in the South Bay pretty much all my life, 53 years, and never was Riviera Village a place where we'd say, okay, this is where we're going Saturday night. But things changed. During the pandemic, they were allowed outdoor seating, and by people, I think, seeing the draw and the energy and the community in Riviera Village, it created a brand new destination. We're committed to create a premier destination and utilize it for sharing the arts. Again, some of the community events that we were thinking of, just to name a few, are the Beachside Bistro that will be open 7 days a week. Building a community garden. Hosting youth art and painting, ceramic, or dance classes. We've spoken to several different schools that would love to be able to host their dance classes or art classes or recitals at the Redondo Beach Library. And knowing that these are not going to be huge money-making events, but they're going to be great for the community. We probably wouldn't be having events on a Wednesday or Thursday night when a lot of these kids would be having the recitals. But if we had the opportunity to open it up to them, and it's a win-win situation for them as well as for us, we would love that. Concerts in the park, movies, yoga, et cetera in the park, farmers market workshops, as we just did recently with California 101. Bless you.
Don't get greedy.
Thank you.
We would love to continue to do. As you'll see, I have created a calendar of events. That is just a sample of what we've already been thinking of. And again, this is a part of the hybrid model that Mike was talking about, but it has always been a part of our business plan. The only difference, again, is the timeshare. For the 2024 calendar of events. We color-coded them red, blue, green, orange, purple, so you can get an idea at first glance some of the exciting things that we think could happen. So, like the Redondo Beach Art Walk on Thursday, March 7th, or yoga in the park on Saturday, March 16th. These are all things that we started planning, I believe 6 months out, hoping that in a perfect world, we would be blessed with the opportunity to manage the facility and come March be able to open our doors. So we already had started planning about, okay, what can we do to really create a fantastic experience for our local community members? So we have ideas all the way up until, I believe, June 2024. Ideas that I would love to help put into place and create, again, a destination, not just an event venue. Any questions?
Yes, what are the facilities that you actually managed?
I was the executive chef at La Venta Inn for 10 years when it first opened, when New York Food Company took on their first venue. I was there when New York Food Company made their first $1 million and when they made their first $10 million, managing La Venta Inn and basically renovating it completely according to historic points of interest guidelines. And Mike, my business partner, was right there along with me. He's my COO and business partner, head of operations, and he worked one-on-one with horticulturalists, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct, arborists, as well as the Planning Commission, just making sure that no walls were moved, that we stayed within the exact vision that the city of Palos Verdes wanted for the venue, as well as verandas in Manhattan Beach. And back before the beautiful Terranea was built, we were at the, we called it the Catalina Room, and at the old Marineland site.
Okay.
So we're used to being ultra efficient. We know how to sell an event, but we also know how to work with the city and make sure that everybody's happy.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Chef Dora, how many clients, I guess, are you working with presently, or facilities are you managing currently?
Right now, the facility that we manage is called the Catalina Room. That's actually right across the street on 128 Catalina Avenue. If that's what you're asking, that's our current venue, and we plan on maintaining that. That is where our commercial kitchen is, and we have several corporate clients, private clients, as well as special events for weddings, family celebrations.
Do you see any conflict of interest associated with essentially managing two venues right across from one another?
No, not at all. We're used to managing multi-facilities. My team and I would do 12 weddings a weekend. So we're used to having a very trained, diverse management team that knows hospitality as well as food service. And the Catalina Room and the Redondo Beach Library, totally different demographics, I believe.
Okay. Care to explain that further?
At the Catalina Room, when I was looking for an event for a family member prior, we were the least expensive venue in the South Bay. And that's when, about, say, 3 years ago, before I took on management of the site. And I was looking not as a caterer, but just for a friend who wanted me to cater for them. So we do a very wide variety of events. I think people who are at the Redondo Beach Library want democratized luxury, that's luxury that anyone can enjoy, but at the same time, a little bit more elevated of an event than what we would do at the Catalina Room. At the Catalina Room, I would say that it's a very casual type of event that we have there, but we do large volume. And we also know how to manage those events with only 10 parking spaces. Working within constraints in the city, we're definitely used to doing.
All right, thank you for that. And one thing I do with any vendors currently planning an event and just look up vendors, Google them. I see that you have Chef Dora Presents has one Google review. It's a 5.0, great, five-star review. That's excellent. But seemingly you have so much experience. Have you done business under a different name where we'd see kind of, the review history that you've gotten?
Well, my company itself has been around for the past 15 years. And I can be honest with you that for a good part of that, I had a private chef service and a hospitality service where I managed celebrity homes. I had chefs throughout Los Angeles that managed homes, and I provided 5-star service to different properties. The chefs, the landscapers, the housekeepers. And I grew up in the catering world at New York Food Company. Again, I was executive chef there for 10 years. From there, I moved on to the Marriott, and then I was general manager of Disney Studios over in Burbank. And I ran all of their event venues there, as well as their commissaries. And then I moved to Europe for several years. And when I came back is when I started my company. So,
Which was recently?
15 years.
Okay.
15 years.
Right.
But when I was focusing on private chef clients, I really didn't need social media. I had a huge following that was word of mouth. And only, I would say, maybe like 6 years ago that I decided, okay, I have a great team. Private chefing actually is mostly Monday through Friday for us. Why don't we do something at nights and on the weekends, because I have enough team members that I don't have to do it just myself. So I hired a lot of the people that I've worked with for the past 30 years. And most of the people that work with me have worked with me for over 30 years, starting off from the old, La Venta verandas and Catalina room days.
Okay, thank you.
She does have 23 reviews on Yelp, so quite a few.
Okay, Yelp. I'm looking at the wrong platform. Thank you.
Tomato. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay, that's fine.
Don't throw eggs at me.
I like the food reference.
Don't throw eggs at me.
Right, Councilmember Narenheim.
I can make bad puns all night.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
I'll be here all night, literally. All right, pleasure. Chef Dora,
Thank you
great
so
to meet
much.
you again. And in full transparency, everyone understands, last year for installation, for our installation last year, it's down at Seaside Lagoon. We actually put out bids and requests by a bunch of people, including made by Meg and yourself and a couple other people. And you host our event, and our food catering was quite delicious. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you did ours actually this year as well for in Manhattan Beach at Manhattan Beach Studios. Couple questions. How will you be utilizing the library itself, the old library, the whole building itself? Is everything going to be leasable, usable space? How are you going to be using the kitchen? What upgrades are you going to be doing to the kitchen and the space, the building itself?
Well, let me tell you my plans for the entire building. So if allowed, we would love to, again, create the Beachside Bistro, open air dining on the western side of the property. And inside, we would love to be able to create the coastal Gatsby feeling. And if possible, I would love to move the dance floor from the very front of the entrance to the rear, closer to the windows. It creates a better flow for an event, as well as for the bistro. It would be nice for diners to be able to sit on the wooden dance floor and kind of enjoy, their cup of cafe, some sort of elixir, some sort of smoothie in the morning, especially when it's a little bit cold outside. And I was hoping to put a movable bar in front of the windows that could serve as kind of like a cashier or a beverage area where people can come up and place their order. And the idea that I have for the Beachside Bistro is for it to be fast casual, where they would go up, they would place their order, and we would bring the food to them. So we would have a minimal amount of wait staff. The menu would be created and all prepped at my facility across the street where we have a large commercial kitchen. The kitchen at the library for the Beachside Bistro would mostly be for finishing up food. This is a practice that other restaurants do, like Starbucks or Yellow Vase. Everything's made off-site and things are just finished on-site. Without it, hindering on the quality of the food. And we just make sure that we keep the meals very simple, but, ingredients are everything. Then we would also, of course, take care of all T&I, paint and carpet. And I would also love to change out the light fixtures and update them if allowed. And the room to the right, I think it's beautiful. And I would love to be able to make it a bride's room. The room to the left of the main ballroom, I could see it as a private dining. So if we were doing the Beachside Bistro and we wanted to do a dinner pop-up, I can see a smaller dinner of, say, like 30, feeling very quaint and more intimate, and rather than just it being in the grand ballroom. That's why I definitely think we can do multiple activities at the library and not just think of it as we rent out just the venue, and that's going to cost you $12,000, thank you. We can rent out the Ralph Lauren room, is what I've been calling it, over to the left. Perhaps, the Coastal Gatsby feeling, but we kind of do a more masculine feel in the room to the left. The bridal room, perhaps when we're not having a wedding, we rent it out for baby showers, engagement parties, and we can actually have 2 events going on at the same time and consider the main entrance kind of like a lobby that you would at a hotel. And it still would not interrupt the flow of the Beachside Bistro. People can still sit there and enjoy the sunset while the smaller events are taking place. The levels down below where the kitchen and the bride's room currently is. The kitchen, we would absolutely upgrade. We would get a restaurant architect and a historical contractor and find out which walls can be moved. I believe it'll be very difficult to move walls in historical landmark from our previous experience at La Venta. So I think we have to use the current footprint, but in that case, we would just upgrade the appliances and make sure that we had the appliances we needed for a high-end event where we were going to reheat food and finish on property, but then also for the Beachside Bistro that we had turbo convection ovens that could quickly reheat something, or a pizza oven so that we could take care of the fast casual food efficiently. I was planning on putting our sales offices downstairs and not using the bride's room for a bride, because I think it's actually not very appetizing for a bride to walk by the kitchen seeing her food being made, because it's not actually all that glamorous, the back house of the kitchen. What you see out in front is the production. What goes on in the back, is hard work. And I think the bride needs to have a little bit of that facade. We would take the bathrooms. I had interior designers who have upgraded, people like Dr. Phil's home, work with me, who I worked with for the past 15 years, and who I have a relationship with and are willing to do work for basically an exchange of product. So they have tons of really gorgeous fixtures, extra furniture, faucets, and light fixtures that they're willing to give me for an exchange of like doing their Christmas events, taking care of their nutrition management. So I already have that relationship and discussed that with them, and they would be willing to do it. For the bathrooms, they were saying, I would not gut the bathrooms. The bones are actually there. We can just change the fixtures, paint the walls, paint the stalls, put in some nice finishing touches in the restrooms, make the women's restroom a lot more feminine and soft, but we definitely would not tear anything down. Mostly paint and T&I. The storage area there is absolutely fantastic. Already the tables and chairs and the liquor is stored there. There is a storage closet that can be locked. we would continue using it for storage, which would be fantastic because we have huge amounts of decor and props that we use for events on a regular basis that we would love to be able to use for the Redondo Historic Library. And we would also like to use one of the rooms for a staging area for rental companies who perhaps would like to, showcase their sofas or their cocktailware. And we can have kind of like a little showroom down below in case anyone wants to upgrade. They won't be forced to. You can take the tables and chairs that we already have. But if you feel like going with more of the Gatsby style, these are some of your options. We were also thinking to make the Beachside Bistro more efficient of putting in a walk-in fridge that does not need ventilation in the storage unit. So it would be self-contained. We would not be moving any walls. We would just be installing it. It'd be like installing a refrigerator, but it's huge. It is like creating a fully lined room and wall.
So on your, going through your business proposal here that you have, facilities and facility upgrades, how much money would you be planning to put out, and what specifically, are you upgrading the kitchen? Are you upgrading any of the infrastructure, like, the kitchen, or?
Well, we would be upgrading, absolutely, we'd be upgrading the kitchen, but we would only move the walls that we'd be allowed to move, all depending on what the historical contractors
how much
would allow.
do you expect to be spending on the facility itself?
So prior to the hybrid model, which now is going to be a timeshare, we were thinking that about $1 million into the building would create the landscape and the destination that we really wanted for the city. And we did have, I'd be self-investing, as well as we have investors that are interested in becoming a part of this process. Now that it's a hybrid model, that's something that we need to discuss. And talking it through, I hear that perhaps the city might only want us to do T&I, tenant improvements. I would love to be able to do more, but just know that I'm flexible. If I were to be able to put in that type of investment into the building, I would just need to make sure that I would be able to have the opportunity to make it back. So, perhaps that could be negotiated with the lease, with the timeshare. It all depends on what's most important to the city, and we can adjust our investment moving forward. But I would love to be able to help the city and create a destination. I think I heard the mayor talk prior about getting benefactors that could perhaps donate to the building so they wouldn't need a caterer or someone else to come in and manage the facility. Well, you have a caterer here who doesn't mind being a bit of a benefactor and invest in the building, as well as I have several community members that would also love to be a part of that. And we have deep roots within other fundraisers, and I would love the ability to be able to do fundraisers on behalf of the city, and perhaps have benefactors that, they have a plaque and they created the Ralph Lauren room. And I was also thinking on the very top level, again, kind of creating, sticking with the library feel, sticking with the dark wood upstairs and doing a rotating art gallery, and speak to local artists and rotate the art on either a monthly or a seasonal basis, and and it could be part of the destination. When people come to the Beachside Bistro, we can have great leather chairs with huge armrests where people can sit back and enjoy the beautiful art that their fellow community members created. So they're not going there just for a cafe, but they're also going there for an experience.
Okay, and going through your business plan here, we had one section here regarding alcohol sales and plan for alcohol sales. And you said in here, Chef Dora uses a third party with ABC license pricing strategy reflected in the Gold Bar menu. And I looked at that. Is that Gold Bar menu specifically it said on here is as the provider or host provides or the guest provides, I think it said, something like that. So you don't have an ABC license, or you do?
I do not have an ABC license. ABC license that sells hard alcohol generally is only given to.
What about beer and wine?
I do not have a beer and wine right now. What I do use is a vendor
Yep.
who does have an ABC license, and we sell their services. And we partnered with them, so they're able to give it to us for a very reasonable cost, and we can pass it along to, to our guests. And we also have there in my business plan, different levels of discounts that we would love to be able to offer the community of Redondo Beach.
Okay, and I liked your maintenance plan. It looked good. Parking plan, can you, you said you here, looking at it, you wanted to, so you're in the coastal zone.
Yes.
And you have limited parking around you and everything is metered around you. In fact, everything owns in the city of Redondo Beach along the coastal zone is
Yes.
metered or paid for parking. So it's highly impacted. And you said in here you want to, smaller guests can use existing metered parking, and then medium size can reserve city parking spots in front of buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said for large events, we have an arrangement with a premier valet who has proposal parking details.
Yes.
So you want to reserve some of the metered parking spots?
So for medium-sized events, 50 to 120, we called the city and we asked if that would be possible. If the instant comes on the weekends that we want to rent 20 spaces, is that something that the city does? And the city did confirm that they do. And we can rent them for $1.50 per hour. And I was thinking that when we sell an event, and if it's 50 to 120 people, that 20 spaces are included in the package, whatever package that we create. So that, and if they would like more parking spaces, then they could always add on to that. And that would be a nice, inexpensive option other than valet. Then there's also street parking. We do events at the Catalina Room. Sometimes we have 300 people upstairs and 150 people downstairs. 2 events going on the same venue with 10 parking spaces. And we're able to share with the guests that, okay, you can park on Garnet. There's no parking meters. It's a little bit of a walk, but generally there's no problem parking and it's not going to cost you anything. We've also partnered with the churches, the Lutheran Church also on Broadway. And on weekends, we help donate to the church. We give them food for the homeless and they allow us to use their parking lot for free. So these are different ways that we have already partnered with the community to help solve the issue of parking.
Okay, last question here. You have a diagram for underneath the fig tree, the morel fig tree, what's it called again? The old one that's like 100 and something years old.
I've put a pin in that. I realize that right now that the fig tree is over 100 years old and it's a historical point of interest in itself, even outside of the library. And if in a perfect world, I think it would be fantastic to be able to put an outdoor botanical garden. And what I was originally thinking is putting a deck above the roots so that the roots would be protected, and putting railing around the tree so that no one would have access to it, but create a zero-scaped botanical garden throughout that area of decomposed granite, and then create different herb gardens. And the Redondo Union High School can have their garden, an elementary school can have their garden, and it could be like how kids go to the botanical garden on field trips. Kids can come to the Redondo Beach Library on field trips and plant and walk the farmers market and get a little bit of the history. Take a look at the art gallery upstairs. So that's what I originally was thinking. But I understand that, first things first, perhaps we just need to worry about making sure that events are available to the city and worry about the fig tree, area later.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's all I got for you.
I have a question for you, and that is, I realize that you have to make a return on your investment, but weekends, specifically in warm weather months, are probably most in demand. But would you be willing to look at options where you would split time with the city, even in those months, because, that's a challenge, especially for weddings. People love to book weddings in warm weather. We're year round here, but still, the late summer months are very popular.
Absolutely.
What's your thought on that?
My thought on that is everything can be discussed, and we agree upon those dates a year ahead of time so that I know which calendar weekends are available, and I monopolize those, and I make sure that I make the most of them, and I make them as profitable for myself and the city because a lot of planning will be involved. And I think 8 months at a beautiful venue is better than 0 months. So having, even if it's just 8 months, or if it ended up being 6 months, it would be 6 months that we wouldn't have had. And we would be able to help the community enjoy the library, as well as it would be a great opportunity for my business.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unless there's any other questions, I think we'd like to give,
Just
Did you-
one question.
Go
So
ahead.
the calendar that you put here, those are proposed ideas for off months that you wouldn't be operating it?
Yes,
as a-
well, what we did is we took the current City of Redondo Beach calendar, and we put it on there, and then we added to it. So the color coded items, like Yoga in the Park, I believe it's already happening. But the other ideas are ones that we put out there, like, summer movie nights, pop-up jazz festivals, Sunday brunches. Those are things that we created.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
National Pretzel Day.
Yes.
I did
Every
not
day
realize there was a National
there's a reason to
Pretzel Day.
celebrate.
Chocolate like a pirate day on here?
And there's a National Grilled Cheese Day, so. Okay, thank you. I think we want to give Made by Meg her opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay. We brought some visuals. Is this a good place to put them?
You're welcome to do so,
Okay.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and members of the community, and to Chef Dora's team. And then also thank you to my team for coming. I know it's a long night for everyone, so I'll try and convey the pertinent information in my prepared remarks. My name is Meg Walker. I'm the owner and executive chef of Made by Meg, which I founded in 2007. We opened our doors in Redondo Beach in 2013, and we're proud to be a member of this business community for over a decade. We at Made by Meg are very excited about the future for the historic Veterans Park Historic Library. We are amenable to the hybrid model, and we're absolutely open to community events every week. And we believe that if we can negotiate some times where there's pre-designated community events throughout the year, we can utilize that schedule perfectly, and I think we can work together. We're absolutely amenable to it. I had a chance to speak a little bit with Kelly Orta. She offered that, and we had a chance to connect, and so we knew that ahead of the meeting, and that's as part of your staff report as well. The status of the library on the National Register of Historic Places makes it a delightful guest experience, but also comes with strict maintenance rules. As such, the library building must be maintained, and I'd love to see the city collaborate with a paying tenant because there's going to be a lot of expensive maintenance. It's an older building, and we certainly understand that. We are the operator of La Venta Inn, and there are only 3 operators of La Venta Inn in the last 100 years. We would propose for this library space to pay the commission to the city and renovate and maintain the library building. Only Made by Meg has current experience renovating and managing a historic event building, La Venta Inn, which is located in Palos Verdes Estates. Mark Matthews, our landlord representative of La Venta, can confirm our excellent work, and this is directly reflective of the performance you can expect from Made by Meg. The library kitchen has been out of service for over 90 days, so the Department of Public Health requires a plan check for reapproval. It cannot be used for the community or a tenant without plan check reapproval. We have anticipated plan check and have experience and appropriated funds for the expensive updates required. During the 2 designated walkthroughs, we planned ahead and had our architect, our food service architect, as well as our historic restoration general contractor, along with an interior designer, to join us for the RFP so we could appropriately propose every line item that is outlined in the RFP so we understand what their costs would be, what is expected to then pass inspection with all these associated agencies. We're really excited about that, so we got a great taste for all the fun things that we can do there. We are funding an investment of $351,000 for renovation, plan check, kitchen upgrade, and a prep kitchen build out on the second floor, which would allow us to do quick beverage service on the second floor, which is where the main event space is, to do coffee, wine service, water service, very sort of a simple prep kitchen, but it is to add more space. And there are architectural drawings for both of those kitchens within the RFP, if you would like to review them. We're committed to an investment budget and an exact dollar amount. We certainly can go over accounting for the fact that this was turned in December, and we do realize there has been inflation in construction costs. I've been through several kitchen remodels, and we're well aware that those prices do change, and we're willing to increase that number as needed. We do have our team of credentialed professionals who are ready to go, and they have come out and been paid for their time to come and evaluate the space. And we have a wonderful full-time staff who's super excited about the facility and ready to take that on. Let's see here. We commit to getting and having budgeted for a liquor license for the library versus having an outside vendor who will only be allowed per ABC law to serve alcohol 36 times a year at the library. Other than that, you're operating an ad hoc facility, and I have the code for that. I'm happy to share it. So getting a liquor license for the facility will be key to adding those commission dollars and to also properly operate the space of the liquor license. Our proposal also details a beautiful restoration of the library room by room with furniture, drapes, bathroom remodels, and we will pay for this restoration. We understand that there will be a sharing, obviously, with the community. That's part of our proposal, and we realize that the community will be in all of these spaces, and so that is something I think they should be able to get to enjoy and restore those historic spaces. And we have several of our boards here, and we'll start switching them out kind of as I'm talking, so you get a chance to really see what we had in mind. We propose a fun seasonal calendar of events and delectable pop-ups for the community at the library, and our doors are open. It is a really big deal that we're open to the public, and also make sure that we have the appropriate staff on site to welcome those visitors, so every visitor feels safe. They can come and enjoy the space and not worry about really anything while they're there. So a couple of different fun things that we're going to be doing here. If you've noticed those beautiful long drapes in the ballroom, they probably need to be redone. Those will be really fun and dramatic. So we're excited about those, and some great light fixtures, of course, and everything in between. So the bathrooms will get full retile. They'll get new bathroom partitions. They'll get all kinds of wonderful upgrades, which I think is a big deal. As my interior designer said, everyone goes to the bathroom at least once at your events or at any time they're in your facility. So it's got to be fabulous. And I agree. So one of the things that we think is so important about operating a community centerpiece like this, like we do with La Venta, is that it welcomes your guests in, it welcomes the community in. If you need any reference to any of our previous community events that we have been operating at La Venta, which is celebrating 100 years as the first building on the peninsula, we've had a full year's worth of centennial events celebrating La Venta and inviting the community in to see everything. We'll be having our next great community event at La Venta. It's a very La Venta holiday. It's our second annual, and tickets go on sale November 1st, and reserve your spot before they sell out. There'll be lots of fun, cookie decorating for all. We have an expansive and strategic social media presence, and this will enable us to drive energy and interest into the space and hosting these community events. And we have an active on-retainer PR team. We have an active and on-retainer social media team that handles many posts across 4 different platforms every day. So we are ready and willing to do that for the library space as well. We'll continue to invest in the library over the course of the term funded at sales thresholds, for instance, adding in a main floor bathroom onto that main event space area so people don't have to take the elevator or set of stairs downstairs to use those restrooms. We're also interested in building an outdoor deck and much more. And it would be an honor for Made by Meg to continue the next chapter of stewardship at the historic Redondo Beach Library. We realize it's a continuation of stewardship. It really is something that belongs to the community, and we are going to be just a small part of it. I prepared short remarks today and my boards, so I'm happy to go through any pieces of or questions you have with our RFP. And I did have a couple of really fun highlights of things that we've done since December. It is now October, so 10 months of excitement has happened. We have Made by Meg was recently named in 2013 on Inc. magazine's top 5,000 fastest private growing company in America. We are number 83 in food and beverage. So I'm really excited about that. We have an excellent team at the helm. We're projected to be increased up by 25% this next year in our sales revenue. We also began a 5-year term contract with the Bar and Beverage Service Commission, concessions for the City of Los Angeles, the Department of Rec and Parks. So we are one of their designated alcohol and beverage providers for their park venues. And they have very similar community requirements as well to make it affordable pricing. So we're excited to be in contract and partnership with the City of Los Angeles. We also provide meal and catering services for the City of Los Angeles for the Department of Rec and Parks as a contract. We also are in South Bay Magazine's Women of the South Bay. I'm like talking about myself in third person. So I was in one of the Women of the South Bay, and also very, very excited to be nominated by California Wedding Day as LA's best caterer and La Venta as the best venue in 2023. Wow. So we're also, last thing I'll tell you is that MBM Hospitality was launched this year. It is our parent brand, and it takes on all of our different divisions. So I'm very excited to have Made by Meg as our starting off piece in our hospitality brand. We've added La Venta, Tipsy Pear, which is our standalone bar catering service, and also Walkers, which is an affordable drop-off catering service that offers everything up from parties of 25 people and more. It's great competitive pricing, and I do see that happening in that space as well. So that's a little bit about us and what we had in mind for the space.
Okay. I'll ask you the same question I asked Dora, which was the summer months or the warm months are always the weekends are always the first choice for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Would you be willing to look at a split time with the city, so that it's not just in colder, less busy months, but in warmer months that we can allow for events?
Absolutely. I think that's a really fair question. And I think everyone has to get something out of any deal. It's how a deal is put together. There's some wins and some places where you have to give in others. And I think if you can really designate that time ahead of time, I think that's absolutely possible. I'm willing to give some of those prime dates. But it also it's a financial exchange as well. There has to be money to be made to really maintain that facility. Like La Venta is a historic building, and obviously that's got a lot of maintenance that comes with it. So making sure those expenses are paid. But I do believe the hybrid model doesn't have to necessarily be 8 months on, 4 months off, because at that point you don't have anyone at the building maintaining everything. Having that stuff kind of laced in there so it feels like the equivalent of 4 months would probably be better for liability purposes, maintenance of the building. Then also anyone or the public might understand when there's not someone there and there's just community events. So I think for the safety of the building and continuity and liability, you want to just kind of intersperse those community events, and absolutely some of those key dates would be really helpful for the city. I'm sure of it.
Okay. And when is the event at La Venta you said that was coming up?
It will be the first weekend in December, and tickets go on sale November 1st. Small plug.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Yes.
What are the continual investments required to maintain a facility like La Venta or the historic library? Like, what's the capital outlay on an annual basis? Approximately.
Approximately, I budget anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 in maintenance a month. That could include an emergency sewage clean out that you weren't expecting. It could include a tree that went down. It could include an issue that you're not anticipating, a water leak from a storm, the most epic storm of all time, where the water came in through the cupola, which we weren't expecting. So we had to repair that as well. Every month is a new flavor. You just got to be ready. We actually have our full-time facilities manager here with us tonight from La Venta. This is Ian. And he is there full-time all the time. And that is what we're proposing for the library, because we understand it takes someone being there all the time.
And staff had recommended that we go with Chef Dora, correct? Was that what were the factors that voted in favor of staff's recommendation? Since Ms. Meg is here to answer, kind of respond.
Sure. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. So there was a number of factors. I think the one that stood out the most was the cafe option that Chef Dora was presenting, and that was much more accessible, much more available to the community on a regular basis. Dora's original proposal also had a much deeper focus on the art components and celebrating the arts through different activities and events. There was a slight level of increased creativity on her part for that. Not to say that Meg's proposal didn't include that, but Dora's seemed to take it just one more notch forward to incorporate for the farmers market, for example. I thought that was a pretty creative opportunity there to focus on something like that. Obviously having the facility available during regular business hours, being very welcoming to the community, was another approach that Dora really stressed in her original proposal. And as well as the enhanced use of the facility by the community, not only in the reduced rental rates for using the facility, but also in creating these gathering places and these events and opportunities for the community to use the facility in different ways. Classes, meetings, private events, cafe option. I mean, there was quite a few different opportunities there. Just overall, Dora's original proposal better encapsulated the spirit and the intent that the City Council was really hoping to convey with the facility in this kind of shared, or excuse me, I shouldn't say the shared approach, because that wasn't the original focus, but this kind of collaboration with the city and with the community. And again, that's not to say that Meg's proposal didn't include those elements. It's just Dora's seemed to include just a little bit more that we felt was better aligned with the City Council's direction.
Thank you for that. So she brings up a good point, which is, I think in our conversation earlier today or yesterday, whenever it was, you had mentioned that you would see a cafe being on the outside of the facility. So why is it a cafe could not be inside the facility?
A cafe could be inside the facility, especially in some months where it's not favorable to be outside. I could see it happening at times. Part of the cafe is the setup and strike if you've got an event coming up or something that would be renting out the entire space. So it would be designated hours and it can be on the inside. Additionally, the space itself, and I believe everyone got a chance to visit it in the last year, if you've been inside the space, it's rather cavernous. So what you want to do is, no one wants to be at the cafe with 300 seats and 10 people. So you've got to get that filled in, and there's not a lot of view from the inside of the building. So your best view is going to be off of the west side of the building. So just thinking from a commercial standpoint, what's going to draw people in, and it would be wonderful to just have the cafe there, but if you can't get people to come in and sit down into a space like that without the way that it's laid out, I would put it where I could get people to come in. So I do believe it would be outside. And
do you have the funding available to be able to invest whatever is going to be, whatever sum you've already allocated or will put in your RFP for the improvement of the property in addition to what the city has?
Earmarked, set aside, and waiting. Okay. Has been since I turned in my RFP.
No further questions right now.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question about the cafe. Depending on how it's set up, do we need to go through Coastal Commission?
I think it's going to depend on this final structure and how we describe the cafe and how it relates to our current LCP language. Preliminary thought is we probably don't have to go obtain a specific CDB for the function, given its historic use. The fact that the facility's been out of operation for a while, you could make some arguments that might need to be reviewed. I think as we refine these concepts, we would likely engage commission staff to make sure that there isn't a hurdle that we would have to cross before making final commitments. But our hope is we could avoid a formal CDP, but depending on the final construction, if we're building terraced platforms and we're doing things on the western side, those would be new structures, potentially. Those are not currently allowed under our LCP language. So we have some authority in this zone that's a little different than what we have in the waterfront area. And it isn't in the tidelands. This is in an appealable zone. So we would have the initial CDP authority to begin with, but it will depend on final structures. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I'm not quite sure.
I did do a records request in the building. I think it was the building department. There's lots of doors here. This is zoned as a PRO, which is Parks, Recreation, and Open Zone open space zone. So just looking through the list of these, it could be interpreted as something that would be allowed. And I do believe in having the proper permits and making sure that the proper commissions and permits and protocols are followed to be able to do the commercial business that I intend to do. So if this does require a coastal commission investigation or permit, then that is what I would engage in. To just have the cafe out there, envisioning that it would be tables, chairs, and umbrellas in and out every day, that doesn't create a structure, but it does create commerce in a space that doesn't have any kind of enclosure. If there's no enclosure or boundary, alcohol cannot be served. So that's sort of where some of those things kind of come into play.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
So you got a great proposal here, a lot of details here.
Thank you.
You had some good before and after of the La Venta, and you really broke down your expenses on your upgrades for kitchen and beverage prep area, really showed the details of that.
Thank you.
Can you, we're in a coastal zone here, like I said earlier, parking is highly impacted. It's all metered parking. Can you talk to us real quick about your explanation for parking in this area?
Yes. So I do understand the parking constraints of the area. It looks like there's a lot of parking, but when you really drill down to it, I think it can be constrained at certain times. So we've reached out, and some of this is also on the client. If you are having a large event, depends on whether or not they're willing to pay for a valet or something that really accommodates the guest. So the easy answer there would be on these lower guest count events that they would try and individually find their own metered parking, and that expense would then be paid individually by each car owner. To add an upgrade to that, the client could look up or rent out First Methodist United Church. There's a great parking lot there. My suggestion would be to drop off anyone who's wearing heels that evening at the venue and then park a block or two away. That's great, a couple of 55 spots. Or we got a proposal and spoke with the previous valet operator at the facility, AM/PM parking. They're very familiar with the space and the event flow, so that's why we went to seek that vendor. So they have a valet plan. We did get a quote for that as well. So again, that depends on the investment that the client wants to make and at their suggestion or our suggestion.
Okay. We had in here on the RFP regarding an alcohol license.
Yes.
And would you be, what did you say in here? Hold on. You can explain it yourself in your.
Which part are you referring to?
So what would you do? Do you have your own alcohol license? It says.
Yes.
Yeah, or
So
creating a new one.
Yes, so this particular location would require its own license unless you wanted to cap the amount of events that you can have at 36 catering permits per year. And so you also can't do BYOB. As I mentioned, that would make you an ad hoc drinking place. So I would put my own liquor license there. And the previous operator, which you can look up on the ABC website, did have a delightful liquor license that they let lapse. And that was a non-quota liquor license. So it has been approved at the location before, which is a 47 and a 58 and a 68. So it's public record. You can look up if you'd like.
Did your research.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me sir.
Oh, well, council member.
Hate that. All right, cafe or similar. So really, to me, low-cost options, ability to get into this space and describe your thought process with having a cafe, interior, exterior, and how you're going to use the space inside, office space, leasable or rentable space. Can you go over those two things real quick?
Absolutely. So how this venue would engage with my company would be that this would be as much rentable and venue usable space for the community or for events, which means that I would just be using the kitchen and a very small office that's on the second floor stairs. It's like kind of a little office up there between the second and the third floor. We will not be using any of the other rooms for any catering storage or any other office spaces of any kind. I house all my workspaces, all my commissary kitchens at my own headquarters. So this will be all rentable space and fully available for the community and the venue rental. For the cafe, that would be something I'm absolutely interested in doing, and it does have a revenue threshold. So we would need to earn at least $4 million, and after that, we would then move into developing the cafe space. And I certainly would be adding hours, and so I'm absolutely amenable to having a cafe as well, with a full menu with sandwiches and salads, not just coffee and smoothies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for anything massive, right from the get-go. If it turns into something big, that's great.
Yes.
But you have your own offsite kitchen, so you could do what you need to do. But you have a very detailed plan here for the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
What would you say by the $4 million threshold? Could you clarify what that means?
So we would be looking to reach the $4 million in revenue and sales at the facility. So we anticipate that.
Before you open up a cafe?
Yes. So we would do a recoup of some costs and then also get a gauge for the space and the community. So it takes a little while to set things up, see how people are interested in engaging with the facility, the traffic flow, how things are working. So it gets us a lay of the land and also shows that the space is highly desirable for those kinds of things. And we believe that that's achievable in between year 1 and 2.
So you include, you said, Tyler, are you done?
That was it.
So on that exact menu, slide of questioning here, you have a very detailed forward-looking revenue chart. How did you arrive at the revenue projections in
The detailed revenue projections, that's a
page 30
great
of
question. Sorry, I have
yours?
a funky binder here.
Meetings, special events, weddings.
The meetings and special events, if you'll notice, and for on the agenda packet, that's page 1365, if anyone wants to take a look at that with me as well. We did a very conservative projection on growth at the venue. It is a 4%, which is a standard, so 4% on meetings and special events every year, which includes meetings and smaller events like baby showers and really kind of those lower ticket events, and then weddings and celebrations to be included and increased by about 10% per year. And then other costs that increase as well, as you see the graph at the bottom. Up at the top, we pro forma to have a certain amount of events a year, and I need to find that exact math, but we also included the page previous before that on page 1364, our venue fee schedule. So we've laid out the price that we would have a client pay in the morning, the afternoon, all day buyout for every single day of the week.
But that would be for the entire venue, not just a single room or...
Correct. So it is a continuous space. It would be very difficult to hide one event versus another. You have basically one main door where people are coming in and out, which is that central kind of vestibule area. It would be pretty tough to rent out one space and then put someone downstairs in one room and say, you can come in the side door and don't come in the front door. It's a behavioral thing. I think really it needs to be the whole space, and that way the staff knows how to service everything correctly. There are spaces that are amenable to that, like hotel ballrooms and otherwise with great divisible spaces. This isn't one of them.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's Roswell Duncan Blount? Who's Roswell Blount?
Oh, not here.
Oh, okay.
That would be, we included the resume of who we would like to put forward as manager.
Okay.
You asked for resumes.
Didn't realize that. Okay, thank you. Does anybody in the audience have questions for either of these folks?
Yes, I'm happy to move.
Okay. I think tonight we had good presentations from both parties.
Thank you.
And my recommendation, based on what you'd said, is we engage in further negotiations with both parties to see if we can come to some type of agreement without going through a whole RFP process all over again.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid. I think both parties have given a really great faith effort in providing a proposal that we can work with. The hybrid model is something that they didn't initially react to, so out of fairness, I think it makes sense to continue conversations with both to better understand what their parameters are and what they're willing to commit to, and ultimately try to prepare a set of deal terms that we could bring back to you all for consideration of advancing to a concessionary agreement. I've heard a little bit from all of you tonight on certain parameters. Cafe continues to come up as a focus, as it has in our prior conversations. If there's anything in particular you'd like us to make sure we enter into the conversation now, we're open to that. If you want us to just take the first stab at it and continue to make it a work in progress, we can do that too. We don't have to have that direction tonight. I think really what I'm looking for is just confirmation that the hybrid concept is something that you're open to, and then direction to us to begin further conversations with the two proponents.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that we want some kind of hybrid option, but there's so many options on the table. I think we need to narrow it down to say, what kind of use for the public are we looking for? Because like 4 months of time, if that's what we're looking at, we're managing that property for that period of time, we're facilitating all those activities. Is that what we're looking for? Or are we looking for, events here and there? It's kind of all over the board. I think we need to narrow it down.
And just so everyone understands how we envision 4 months, we don't envision it as a block of time, a single block of time. We envision it as kind of a placeholder for us to communicate with the two proponents to understand how that could work with their annual calendars. One type of event we would want to protect and create opportunity for would be something like California Arts 101, which is effectively a 2-week art show, a little bit beyond a 2-week art show. But that type of activity does require opportunity and access to the property in advance of the show in order to establish the installation. So it isn't just a 2-week block off of the calendar. It's 2 weeks plus all of the requisite time needed to install, which has been several months under the current arrangement because nobody else is in the building. I'm sure that can be tightened up, but for us to properly provide that type of a public community event, we're going to need several weeks, maybe as many as 6 or 8 in a block of time to accommodate. So those are the kinds of conversations we'd want to have with the two vendors to see how open they are. And it might be that we chunk out a section of time for that type of activity, and then perhaps different parts of the fall or winter cycle have drop-in events that don't have quite that contiguous booking, but still create some access for the public if we have a different type of California Arts 101 that presents itself from a different entity. Yeah. That's really what hybrid's meant to model. And I also view it as perhaps a provision in the agreement whereby if the city doesn't have a scheduled use, say in a future year, in that 4-month sequence, however it's spread out, that we could effectively give back time to the operator that they could then book, hopefully with enough time to execute. So we still feel any given year we can react to a new proposal. We're not locked out, but we don't want it to sit idle either. If we can't activate it, to your point, 4 months out of the year, we would want to give it to the concessionaire to program.
Yeah. Well, and California 101 advertised that was their last year. So
I'm not sure that's the case.
I know, that's probably not the case, but it would take some time for them to reorganize and get going for another year.
Yep.
And I guess that brings me to my next point about, I think the first year of any of these agreements is going to be like a trial run. So I think we're not going to really know what kind of community events that we're looking for until we kind of feel it out. So my suggestion is that maybe that first year is there isn't that many public events because we need to figure out
it's a little more flexible in that scenario. Yeah. Perhaps, unless we know we have California Arts 101 as an example, scheduled and ready to go. Maybe that's all we're guarding against in that first year. I don't know. But out of fairness to the two groups, I want to make sure that we're not just creating and booking time that then significantly decreases their activity and we're creating idle time that goes unused. We have to make sure that we avoid that. But at the same time, we need to make sure we honor the spirit, I think, of the residents, which is to ensure that we do have quality community access for cultural programming.
Yes, it's a beautiful space.
Mm-hmm. I have a really quick question for both. I just want a quick answer. You can step up, either one of you. How long will it take to renovate?
I think that all depends on what we just negotiate for the hybrid model. Depending on how much time the city actually wants will determine how much we're going to invest. In a perfect world prior, we wanted to invest up to $1 million into the property.
Yeah.
And that we were thinking, my designers are very, very fast. 4 months if we had the opportunity.
4 months.
Weather was good.
Okay. And Meg? Roughly.
So roughly, if there aren't holdups with permits and otherwise there's lots of departments to work with, I believe our current schedule could allow for 3 months. And once the lease would be signed, we would begin with the marketing plan and making sure that we could get people booked. So we can be booking while we're renovating.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Baji.
That's funny. Nothing's gotten done in Redondo Beach in 3 months, so just brace yourself first. Sorry, not to knock you guys. But
That was County Health Department, just.
Chef Dora, to be fair, I asked this question to Chef Meg, and the question is, do you have that capital? If, whatever you want to invest in there, do you have that capital available to invest at this time, or is it, require seeking a bank loan type deal?
If you could please step
up to the mic so people can.
Yeah.
We do have investors. I also have money that myself and my partners have set aside, and we do have investors.
Okay, thank you for that.
And prior, we had a larger budget. So, I don't believe with the new hybrid model that if anything, it'll be easier to, expedite.
Back to Chef Meg, if where the city were to put up the capital, the $351,000 or however much you would set aside for capital improvements, in addition to what we already have in our capital improvement plan, then could you get the cafe open right away?
I'm sure we could. What a generous offer. Thank you.
No, I'm just, because here's to everybody. The issue that people had, and the reason why we essentially tried to redo this whole thing, is they didn't just want it to be for private events exclusively.
Absolutely.
And then to contract somebody to handle the venue, only to have it start out for 2 years as for private events exclusively, would just be a slap in the face of the very people who asked for this to be the public historic library. And they will not listen to you when you tell them it's going to be open as a public space in 2 years. So I don't think we can, but is that basically a function, you delaying in your proposal, a cafe for 2 years, is that a function of the capital, the money that you would be putting into the facility?
It's certainly a piece of it, but those things do take time. So the renovation itself, the kitchen wouldn't be ready for 3 months. And then I do believe it's important to have the correct marketing and messaging as well. So I think that we could have the cafe up and running. If that is the direction of council, then I think that's something that we can put forward faster.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now just staff and council. What I'm hearing, this common theme refrain that I keep hearing relative to this building is Cal 101, art, et cetera. And so I can't help but to think to myself during this, should we have just done an RFP for a museum to come here and open the library as a museum? Because museums are inherently open to the public, and they almost inevitably always have a cafe, as part of them. And then a lot of museums like the Aeronautical Museum in Santa Monica and the like open for events as well. Could we possibly move forward with seeing how close to an agreement that works for the city and for these vendors, and at the same time issue an RFP for a museum to see if we get any respondents? I'm not saying that we're going to get some respondents. They may see it as too small of a space.
No, your observation's on point. We were hopeful to perhaps engage with primarily cultural programmers. There wasn't much interest. We marketed to that community, we reached out to that community, and we were unsuccessful in attracting any single proprietor that would have had a cultural focus. Now, the RFP's a year old, times change, perhaps new benefactors come around and there is new interest. In part, that's why we were open to guarding perhaps time that would allow for rotating exhibits or something else. We think, though, generally speaking, the cafe as the primary public point of entry and access is better, I think, better operated by these types of proponents than it would be perhaps a museum purveyor. In an ideal world, we would have seen a partnership between the two entities.
Right.
How about a library?
About revenue.
We do libraries. We can do
Museums
libraries.
are endowed, they've got, the Broad, the Getty, they all have tons of money, they could pay rent for the space. But another thing, Alex, last point I wanted to make is, in whatever negotiations we enter into for the private use of this and revenue generating use of this, I would like some of those funds to be designated to reinvestment in the facility, right? So historically, and I think the mayor had some aggrieved about this, but historically, money would be taken from the historic library, put into the general fund, and none of it would come back to the historic library. And so then it would get weathered by being on the ocean and the like. And I think I have an obligation, a fiduciary obligation here to preserve this historic aspect of our community and make sure that the funding for reinvestment in it is there. So. That's my
Yeah, and it shouldn't be lost to anybody. The council has made a very significant capital investment. We have almost $800,000 set aside now to improve the library's elevator structures as well as to replace the exterior windows and a appropriate architectural design. So that's not a small investment. We may actually need more money than that to complete the window project as slated. So it isn't something that's lost on us. We're going to have long-term capital costs associated with our stewardship.
Okay, being that we're probably not going to make a major decision tonight, I know that Councilmember Nierenheim will speak. We probably won't, but we have two other items tonight, so keep that in mind.
So here's my guiding principles for this. Number one is we're in the coastal zone, so we need to have access to the coastline. So when it comes to the parking and it comes to the ability for people to use this building, it's a government building, is priority, top priority. Access to the buildings and having small events such as, when the Art 101 had the sound baths there, they had yoga there. If we want to have, people want to have book clubs there. People in the neighborhood, residents, people in Redondo Beach should have, as per the RFP, Redondo Beach groups, which consists of 51% residents, should have priority, booking priority. And then I'm looking for someone with a real partnership with the city to move forward on a building that's going to need a lot of work on the outside. That stucco, it's looking old. I mean, that building needs some work. And we haven't done what we needed to do. So I'll make a motion to engage in negotiations with these two respondents from the RFP with some very explicit terms. One is a cafe or similar, utilizing and supporting the outdoor and indoor space where feasible according to site plan, conditions, and time of year. So that way we have an actual plan. I don't want just things being, said we're going to think about doing something.
How often is it open?
That's up to them to figure out, because in the middle of winter or summer, we can evaluate that as per. Verify financial requirements for the ability to execute the improvements of the requirements. So if someone says they're going to spend 350, 500 million, 2 million, 10 million, we can verify that. 3 is work with the Historical Museum and Historical Commission and to create programming for the old library and programming ideas for this. An old library that places, when it was opened up because of the fact there was so much content in the old library. So ways that we could utilize our historical information for that building.
Which is a great idea, but just to be clear, as we think about this from a negotiating standpoint, this would be something that we would ask them to do while in operation, not necessarily prior to these terms, yeah.
But it needs to be thought of now so that, having classes there and all other stuff is great, but, people, it's an old library, people want to see the history that's there. And we have a lot of history at the museum in District 3 there that we need to be able to utilize. Again, partnership with the city and whoever's leasing the space. Have the applicants submit detailed plans on budget, timeline to execute the upgrades. Create a minimum schedule of public uses for 4 months of time, off-season time of use, because their events are going to be primarily from spring to probably early fall, late summer. I think in wintertime it's going to be mostly going dark early. And as per the RFP, concessionaires should provide priority booking for Redondo Beach groups, which consists of 51% residents. No reservation of metered parking lots for events. So I want a detailed parking plan. I don't want people to just show up and say, oh, we're going to block off X amount of parking here in the coastal zone. If we have more, I don't want to have a force an event holder to do a valet, but I don't want the metered and surrounding parking to be reserved, because if somebody comes to the beach or comes down to that coastal zone, if they self-park, it's one thing, but if we're now aiding and abetting the metered parking in that area to be blocked off, we have other areas that we can park at. And I think Meg made a great point with her parking at the church. And then an explanation of usage of the facility. So offage, storage, and leasable space. So our intent here is to have as much leasable space as possible.
Right.
So that should cover, I think, what we're looking for.
One point just to note, and I'm hoping this isn't the case, but one thing I do want to verify as it pertains to Redondo Beach citizens priority booking, certainly we would be supportive of that. I just want to make sure we don't run afoul of any coastal ordinance requirements. We will need to confirm that, just because it is in the coastal zone.
Yeah, and when it comes to the booking, for obviously the event for large events and yoga style or whatever your book club, whatever events are two different types of events, right? And a revenue generation plan for both those style of events. Again, low ability for residents, people who live around here, and people want to utilize a government building in the coastal zone for low cost.
Affordable way.
Affordable.
Right. Yeah, affordability is, I think, got to be a factor throughout the conversation.
Right.
So.
And if anyone needs any ideas, the Old Hanson Club, I think it's called the Old Hanson Club in San Clemente, refurbished, looks amazing, great work down there. So that would be what I'd be looking for in motion. And to have this back, we can have this back November 3rd, November 1st, 30th.
Which year? No, I'm kidding. No, we want to move quickly here. I think we're going to need, several weeks to sit down with them and sift through this, and out of fairness, give them an opportunity to think it through as well. Hopefully we can come back to you in December with it, if nothing else, at least an update on where we're at, if not a final recommendation. And I just would ask that, give us some flexibility in these concepts. I think they're well laid out. We can work with all of them. Just, specific language here, we've got to make sure we can massage depending on their concept.
Absolutely.
So,
Councilmember Kalujarovich has a question for you.
I think to your point, I'd like it to be flexible in how they're going to use the time that's public time.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like 4 months, but.
Yeah, we want some fungibility.
Some ideas.
Extra time,
Yeah, so different examples.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second, I have a friendly amendment. A question first. Did either of you have a problem with the motion that he just made, or think that you'd have a challenge dealing with those kind of requirements? No. Okay. My friendly amendment would be staff simultaneously issue a very basic RFP for museum interest.
No,
I'm done with RFPs. Let's get going. Let's get this thing moving along.
Right.
I'll drag it out.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
I appreciate that.
I'll
but-
second
motion
it.
and a second.
I'll second
Does
it.
anybody have any competing motions?
Right.
Do we need any further?
And just for the record, there are no one is raising their hand on Zoom, and there are no e-comments at this
Okay.
time.
What was your
Do
question?
we need any further input from the applicants on?
I don't think
Public
so.
comment.
I don't think so.
Any public comment?
What comment?
Is anybody here would like to comment on this publicly? I think I asked that earlier. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Motion is made by Councilmember Narenheim, second is made by Councilmember Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalujarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And myself, aye. So thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. Okay. Okay, next on the list is a report,
Thanks, guys.
the annual report from the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Thank you for waiting, Rebecca.
This is a follow-up to one of the required.
I think we have a presentation. Okay, you're going to load that. Great.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. We returned to you with the Redondo Beach Tourism, Travel and Tourism Group. This seems like deja vu. It is a little bit. A couple months ago, we were actually talking about the Redondo Beach Tourism Management District, the TMD. We actually renewed that for a 10-year period through 2032. A part of that contract details that the RBTT does an annual report for you, just to kind of give you an update on what happened the year before. The RBTT manages the RBTMD. Is everybody confused?
This is fun.
Thoroughly.
So I'm gonna introduce Rebecca Elder. She's the president of the RBTT. She's gonna handle the annual report. I've got the PowerPoint. Just let me know when you want me to.
We can go to
through.
the opening. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you for having us this evening. It's nice to see you again. I'm back. We will be brief. We appreciate your time, and we know it's getting later in the evening. So the purpose of our presentation today is simply to outline what we've accomplished in the past year and then look forward as to our fiscal projections for 2023-24. We do operate on a fiscal year, so it's from August through September. So we can go to the next slide.
Back. Can we go back real quick?
Yeah.
Is that Hermosa Beach?
Yes, it is. Can we change that next time?
Is that Hermosa? No,
Yeah,
that
because
doesn't look like
there's
Hermosa
apartment-
because that's Palos Verdes.
Apartment complex at the end over there.
That's Crystal Cove.
We know it's Hermosa because if it was Redondo, there would be housing on there.
Towers.
Wow.
Okay, so moving into financials, this is even better. You'll like this one. Forget Hermosa, that didn't happen. So looking at the year-end financials for the fiscal year of 22-23, as outlined in our management district plan, we've allocated our funds to 87% sales and marketing, 10% to administration and ops, and 3% to contingency reserve. So if I can draw your attention to the bottom line of the top box, you'll see the collections for the fiscal year were $597,000. The carryover, which is anything that had originated in prior years, was about $332,000. Delayed remittance is earnings that were actualized in the fiscal year, but because we're on a delayed payment schedule, we'll actually be paid those in the next fiscal year. So we account for them, but we don't have access to those funds within that specific fiscal year. So that was $191K for a total of $1.1 million in the budget. For 23-24, we'll have the same allocations, which are outlined in the district plan. The collections we're anticipating will be $700,000. The carryover is anticipated at $487,000. The delayed remittance at $128K, and the total budget at $1.3. So we can reallocate funds. So you'll see that we have those carryover funds at $487,000. We do want to have a little bit in reserve if we want to fund any additional big picture items, but we can continue to reallocate those funds throughout the year, and we do so. So if we see a marketing initiative that we want to take advantage of, we can take from those carryover funds and spend that in other sales and marketing areas. Next slide. So next I want to talk a little bit about market data. And one of the things we talk about in hotels is recovery from obviously what happened in the pandemic. So the high water mark for us is 2019. And just to give a brief overview of our terms, we use 3 metrics to evaluate the effectiveness of room revenue in hotels. So you use occupancy, number of rooms you sold, ADR, which is your average daily rate, the rate that everyone paid, and RevPAR. So RevPAR is the revenue per available room. And within hotels, you may choose to sell your hotel out all the time and your rate might be low, or you could run a low occupancy and a high rate. In order to have a normalizing factor, you would need to look at the revenue you're getting per available room. So that accounts, that's kind of the normalizing line for us. So we refer to RevPAR. So you'll see that in 2019, the RevPAR was 144. And I'm drawing your attention to that because I want to show that that's kind of the high watermark. That was, how do we get back to there? And that's what we're looking at in hotels is how do we get back and, when have we reached that? And then when can we start to really grow on top of everything that's happened over the past 4 years? So if you look at 2023, you'll see that this is the Los Angeles market in the annual performance data. So Los Angeles returns to 2019 levels in 2023. They're forecasted to return. So we finally made a recovery in Los Angeles County. And then 2024, the projections are coming in at about 5.6% RevPAR growth in Los Angeles. So that's coming in about 3% occupancy and 3% rate. So we are seeing some good signs there. Now, if you look at the submarket for Manhattan and Hermosa Beach, which I think it's not named appropriately, but I don't get to name such things. you'll see that the high water mark for 2019 is $148 RevPAR. So we're running better than the general market in Los Angeles. But we haven't quite reached the recovery as quickly as Los Angeles will, right? So 2022, we're hitting 146. 2023 year to date, we're hitting 146. So we have a little bit more recovery to do in our submarket. But the good news is that when we compare against the 15 other submarkets in Los Angeles, we're getting 106% of their RevPAR. So we're performing very well. We're only outperformed by Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, LAX area. So we are performing quite well, but we're not quite back to where we need to be. So it's really important to continue to invest in marketing. And with everything that's happened with obviously inflation and employment costs, labor costs, hotels don't have a lot of money left over for marketing. So what we're doing here for Redondo Beach Tourism is a service to drive all those guests to their website, to bring those people from Hermosa or Manhattan, or who are going to stay in downtown LA or Santa Monica to recognize Redondo Beach as a destination. So I have Nancy here with me from Palucci, Selling & Martin. That's the marketing company that we've retained to help assist us. So we're going to go through, she's going to go through some of the strategies. I'll just give you, you already saw in our executive overview that for our 2023-24, we're anticipating $700,000 in collection. So we are anticipating an increase and continuing to grow. And these are the strategies that are going to help us get there.
Hi, happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Go ahead. So I'm sure you're all aware of this, but I just kind of wanted to give you the overarching goal of the marketing campaign, is to get hotel bookings. That's what we're here for. So you can see that our fiscal 23 year media spend, and I just want to go over point out the four major areas. We had Google search, which were the AdWords campaigns. We had social media, the Expedia partnership, as well as the local paid partnerships. And our campaigns drove over 405,000 new users to the Redondo Beach Tourism website over this past year. So, we're using this multimedia approach to drive that business and revenue into the city. And this is our booking engine page that's actually on the website. It's powered by ARES, and you can see that we've got a lot of visits to specific hotel pages. Our revenue booked through the Redondo Beach Tourism website over the past year was a little over $45,000 or almost $46,000. I know you're probably thinking, oh, that's not a lot, but this page is really important because it allows people to book directly through the website, and it also gives a lot of information about each individual hotel. So people are going to this website, they're getting the information, they may not be booking right then and there, but they may be saying to themselves, hey, let me go check Expedia and see if I can get a better deal at bookings.com. And then maybe they're going to go to the hotel directly, and then they end up booking directly on the hotel website. So we are driving that revenue still, even though it may not be showing up on this page, but this is a really important page to have on that website. And then I'll go over briefly our creative art direction and some of the marketing campaigns. So on the website, we've added some key landing pages for additional travel sectors, and we've created some new campaigns for them with these corresponding landing pages that are driving people into the Southern California market. These new landing pages were for targeted interest-based conversions. We've also done some photo shoots and video shoots over the past year. All of the assets are owned by the city of Redondo Beach, so you have unlimited use for those. I know in the past you've used those for a few things, so those are always available to you. This is just giving a quick overview of our organic social media. We've increased the reach and the engagement on both Instagram and Facebook, and we've also added TikTok over the past year. And the next slide is showing some of the organic posts that we've done. You can see that a lot of the top performing posts have a lot to do with the beach, all the fun activities you can do here at the beach. One of the top performing posts was the Kite Festival. And, we also promote a lot of other events that happen throughout the year, whether it's the holiday parade. I know we've got the witches paddle. That's always such a fun one, and people get really excited to see all these people out there in their witch costumes out on the ocean. So we'll be promoting that. So these are some of the organic posts to get people engaging with the website and getting familiar with the city. I can go to the next slide. And then here is some of our paid campaigns, and we made a strategic marketing decision to incorporate, what we're calling center of it all into our campaign messaging. So we're giving travelers an alternative to staying in LA proper, so to speak. So whether they're coming into town for a business convention, whether they're going to an event at SoFi or something else in town, we want them to be aware of what's available here in Redondo, that it's a short drive, and that's why we're calling it the center of all things LA. And here's our paid social media ads. I'm going to back up real quick. I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about the search, that we are doing paid search, and we're complementing. I know a lot of the existing hotels are doing search campaigns, and we're doing our campaign with some regional travel keywords. And over the past year, we've had over 1.9 million search impressions with about 117,000 clicks into the website. And then on the social side, we've retained our select ads highlighting Redondo Beach and some of the unique attributes of it. And we've also added on in this campaign as well, the center of it all. So we're doing a lot of social media on Instagram, Facebook, digital out of home, as well as on TikTok. And then we've also done some Expedia co-ops. We've done 3 co-ops throughout the year, and those continue to have a really good return on investment, as you could see those numbers there on the right-hand side. And then we've also coordinated and launched a series of strategic social influencer campaigns and programs that supported our outreach into some new market segments for those actively engaged travelers. We've been hitting a little bit of different geo areas. The one on the far right was Arizona, AZ Foodie. She came into town and actually went up to LA to a Michelin star restaurant and posted about that, as well as posted about some local things. And she had really good engagement. We got a lot of hits onto the site after that. And then our last one, we're doing the Beach Life Partnership. We've supported them with a significant paid partnership over the 5 months. It's actually a 6-month promotional campaign that consisted of pre-event promotions that were social media posts, inclusions in newsletters. You could see some of the newsletters on the right-hand side. This was both the May Festival, the Beach Life Festival, as well as the September Beach Life Ranch Festival. And then at both of those, we also had on-site video promotions at the event. And that was one of the photos you can see there. So as Beach Life builds its brand, we're just going to benefit more from their expanded reach when we continue to partner with them. And then our next steps in 2024 strategy, our efforts are evolving, and we're expanding our geo areas and our targeting, as well as some of our media channels. And we're going to continue to time our ads around some critical events, plus expand our partnership with Beach Life, as well as any additional opportunities as they arise. We've got World Cup coming up. In a few years, we've got the Olympics. So there are things like that that we're thinking about, and how can we strategically partner with people. So the Redondo Beach Tourism will continue to increase and expand its marketing outreach to support the city's hotel partners, as well as the overall community economic development with marketing strategies geared towards our ever-growing audience profile across the Western U.S. So any questions for either one of us?
Councilmember Obaji.
So first, I think the campaign is amazing. The marketing campaign, it makes me want to take a trip to South Redondo. And
to South Redondo. You are in South Redondo right now.
Mid Redondo right now. But so what I wanted to ask about is, how much are you in direct correspondence with the hotels that you're essentially driving business to? Do you guys just chat with them often about, the campaigns and how much business you're driving to them? Or is it kind of just all automated and you track it?
No, we discuss our campaigns and improve our marketing calendar at our quarterly meetings. So those are sent out in advance and all of the stakeholders from the hotels are invited. And then the hotels also maintain communication with PS&M. If they wanted to have something pushed out on social media, if there's a specific event, they can communicate directly with and get marketing through that way.
So the concern I have is come Beach Life Ranch weekend, which they had some attendance problems with, that the rates at the hotels are astounding, out of this world, super sky high. They're not filled up. I don't think they're filled up for that weekend. I don't think they all sold out. And it ends up becoming cost prohibitive for people to travel out here and attend the Beach Life Ranch, and therefore potentially reduces attendance there. And that's not my job to make sure that that's a successful event, but they're renting space from us, and if they can't have the event because they're not getting attendance, and that's due to it being cost prohibitive to people traveling out here due to the price gouging by the hotels, that's not productive. That's not to say the same for Beach Life regular, in May. I think that sells out. That's not really a problem. They're price gouging there, but there's a tolerance to it. But I think, so I think that's a chat worth having with the hotels, that there's got to be a limit to what they're doing, especially with some of these, nascent festivals and the like.
Yeah, I think there's a few points there to address. We can't give guidance on hotels, and that's price fixing. So we can't give them guidance on what they should charge on a given weekend, even to tell them to bring it down. That's not something that we can do in confidence, because if you have a group of hoteliers coming together to make a decision, then you've got kind of monopoly rules. But I think that what I've seen from Beach Life Ranch is that the hotels immediately surrounding the area tend to be higher priced, but then the North Redondo hotels have some value available. And if it's a value customer who wants to come and stay but doesn't want to pay for it, that's where you get like Residence Inn, Hilton Garden Inn, so they can use points a lot of the time. So I do see that they're still offering some good values, and there's some of the smaller hotels that don't quite charge as much over that weekend. But really, the hotels, just from my personal experience, we're learning about it, right? So we came out the gate for Beach Life Ranch, the first one, really strong. Portofino did. And then when it didn't fill, we relaxed a lot of those restrictions. So I think you're going to see the market correct itself naturally over that time period, where yes, hotels are going to seek to get a premium because it is a big event that has a lot of eyeballs on it. But I don't think it's going to go crazy to where nobody really wants to be at 70% that weekend. And that's just a number I pulled out of the air. I don't know what the actual occupancy was. So.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, the public. Anybody in the public? Anybody on Zoom or e-comment?
Let me just quickly refresh here to make sure, but it doesn't look like we have anybody. No e-comments, and no one has their hand raised on Zoom.
I'll just say that hopefully in the next year, next time you report back, you'll have a new hotel called Legato.
What?
Legato.
Yes, that's right. We're looking
Hopefully.
forward to it.
It's
Yeah.
a wonderful pool, wonderful view up there. It's amazing. Everyone's already talking about it.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
Great. And when are they opening?
Well, hopefully then it'll be done in a year.
Have you been up there?
Yes, I've been up there. It's
legally?
Yes, legally, actually. Yeah, I got a tour, private tour.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the annual report?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Anybody have any objections? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, thank you both very much. Okay.
And just for the record, if I may read the title, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2310-108, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for fiscal year 2023-24 in connection with the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. That concludes the reading.
Thank you. Okay, now into item N3, discussion possible action regarding approval of a redesigned city logo. So is it Elizabeth or Mike? Which one of you are going to?
It's going to be Elizabeth, but I do want to say a quick thank you that we do have a couple of members of our Citizens Committee here that hung in for this late hour. Did want to acknowledge. did want to acknowledge them before we start the presentation.
He wasn't here for the Catalina project.
That's true. Yeah,
4:15 a.m.
Yeah, we have other records, so did want to give them a bit of a shout out and Elizabeth and the team, and we're obviously going to hear from everybody tonight. So just to thank you before we kick it over.
Okay.
So thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Tonight for your consideration is the redesign of the city's logo. As you know, this is a strategic plan objective. Council had directed staff to pursue a streamlined redesign of the city logo. And so in February of this year, Council approved a contract with Stellan Design to go ahead and complete this work for us. And as part of the scope of work, Jordan Small, she is the creative director of Stellan Design and our project lead. She was to take direction from a committee comprised of Redondo Beach residents. And so we queried the community, and by mid-March, we pulled together 5 volunteers who knew it would take a few months to do this project, but they volunteer their time. They represent all 5 districts. They represent a variety of backgrounds, stages of family life, experiences. And we thought they were pretty reflective of the diversity within Redondo Beach. So they're a good core group of residents to help shape the new logo. Their bios were added to the agenda packet, so they're there for you to read, but they're also available to answer any questions you may have. And as Mike mentioned, we have Jeff Mailman from District 3 in the back. We have Rebecca Elder from District 5. I believe we have Christine Elfalon from District 4 on the line remotely. She's trying to hang on, but she has little ones.
Yep.
And we might also have, I know Julie Finelli and Alethea Rood representing Districts 1 and 2. Alethea tried to hang out with her son over here for a little bit. He was eating ice cream, but then crashed shortly after. So they tried their best. But they're all very excited to present the redesign. And so I'm going to hand the presentation over to Jordis here shortly. She will walk you through the redesign process, how the team strategized and thought about the redesign, community input that was received and incorporated, and how the proposed redesign works for Redondo today. And at the end of the presentation and at the end of your discussion, council will have 3 options. You can choose to approve the redesigned logo. And in that case, Jordis will complete our design guidebook and staff will start working on an implementation plan. Council can also direct staff to continue working on the design and provide staff, we would ask you to provide parameters on how you would like us to do so. But that option would also include directing us to amend our contract with Stellan Design just for scope, terms, and cost. And then the final option is to pause the redesign process and just continue using our current city logo or city seal. And with that, hopefully we can get Jordis's presentation up and running like we did last week without issue.
Let's see.
We can pull out the old flag from the hallway.
Where's your flag?
Oh,
that's right.
Oh, yeah.
The flag got voted off the island.
Mine's in the closet.
What not to do.
I asked one of the council members who approved it, do you think it's a good flag? Oh, no, you can change it. You can change it.
I'm sorry, was that the badge? The badge, council member?
The badge? No, it wasn't. No, not the badge, council member.
Duh.
Can you give us a minute here?
Who'd you guys show it to before? You said you displayed it last week. Who was it?
Oh, no, we brought it in here just to test it out and make sure it
I
works.
tested.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure there was no technical difficulties.
All right, go ahead, Jordis.
So first off, I commend you guys for the work you do in these late meetings. I did not expect it to go this long tonight, but I'm happy to be here and I hope we can end on a fun, positive note focusing on design. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jordis Small. My business is Stellan Design.
Sorry, it's not displayed for us, by the way. You go to present mode. Don't know if you got to do something else.
We tested that too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nope. Still can't get it to work.
Nothing?
Nope.
Let's roll with it.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So I'm a South Bay native and I'm also a brand designer. Sorry for craning your necks. My ethos is creativity rooted in practicality. And by that, I mean I'm a lifelong creative, but I'm also painfully practical. I love things that work. So before we jump in, I just want to go over a few things. The first is that design needs to function, art doesn't. Taste is subjective and functionality is fact. So if we ran this project on people's taste alone, you all know we'd be doing this. So what is brand? I like to use the analogy of a human when I'm talking about brand, and your brand strategy is your brain and how you think, your soul, all that good stuff. Your logo is like your face, and your brand identity is how you style yourself. Now, a face by itself is boring. If you guys saw me up here with no glasses, no makeup, no hair, nothing, you'd be able to say, hey, that's Jordis, but you're not going to know anything else about me, right? So let's do a quick test here. Which attorney would you trust more to keep you out of jail?
Oh.
They're both Saul. Same content, but did you notice that each of those case examples had the same logo? That was the brand. So what is a logo? It's a simple mark that lasts for years, decades, even centuries. It's an identifying mark of your tribe. So logos go back to caveman times, but for the sake of this, let's look at medieval times. These were used as identifying marks, right? They give people something to rally behind. So a logo's identification, the brand is communication. The logo doesn't need to tell a story, it just needs to identify. So what makes a good logo? Visibility, memorability, appropriateness, and it must work as a system. So visibility equals scalability, meaning can it be seen? And memorability, I like to say it's so memorable that a 5-year-old can draw it. So if you took National Geographic's logo, can a 5-year-old draw it? Yes, they can, right? It's a yellow rectangle. Here's a snapshot of some of my favorite logos. These are all extremely simple shapes. That's because simplicity equals memorability. And a good logo must work as a system. So I kind of wish I had one of these in my hand right now, but a cup of Starbucks, we've all seen this siren logo mark on the cup, but on the side of the building, you're gonna see this white word mark. That's their logo system. So if you take all 4 of these shapes, your logo should essentially fill out each of them. So now we can get to the process. My process, I like to say that I drive the car and the clients tell me where to go. They don't know their way at first, but through a series of workshops, we find our way together. This was a very unique process, as Elizabeth said. Instead of a client, we actually had a volunteer committee of 5 different people. I drove the bus and they told me where to go, and I just made sure we stayed on the road. So here's my wonderful committee, and I thank Jeff and Rebecca for both being here right now. And we also asked for community input along the way. So think of this as us asking for directions. We did 4 interviews with subjects that represented the diverse city, an initial survey open to the community, and 3 logo variations, and a final survey on adapting the new logo. So we're going to start with the discovery phase, and this is the most important phase of the project. This is when we ask, why do this? Let's review what problem needs solving. And we discussed, and the committee came up with, to modernize the city and set the tone for the city as a seaside community, but also stand out amongst other local beach cities. Now I asked, what will make this project a success? What's the goal? To show the community we're a city moving forward with willingness to change, keep up with the times, and showcase that we are a prideful city that cares. So we workshopped together and we workshopped some more. Now, these are the findings from that first survey we did. The important points here were simple and memorable were very important when it comes to a logo, most connected with active health-conscious brands, and the beach lifestyle was very important. Now, we did 4 30-minute interviews with people that represented the diverse city. I chatted with one transplant family with small children, a 30-plus year transplant family with grown children, 1 business owner, and a born and raised local. I asked all 4 subjects, what does Redondo mean to you? And they all said home. They said the vibe of the city was special. It has a small town beachy feel, even though it's not a small city, and the history is part of the charm. So it was clear Redondo's unique, beachy yet distinguished, quaint but diverse. Now, we also did this practice where we put together 15 to 20 words of what you think of when you think of Redondo. You see sun, waters, dolphins, families, all sorts of good stuff up here. Now, we did an audit of this current logo, which I apologize for your eyes right now. It's not simple or scalable. So when we tested it for visibility, it kind of definitely fell short there. You see how it's kind of hard to see when it's at a small scale. And also the spacing on the word beach is very hard to read. We tested it for memorability, and a lot of people said, I didn't know what the city logo was. A lot of folks actually thought it was this mark that's on the city street signs. This design honestly relies too much on color. You see it here in a 2-color design. It doesn't relate as the same design, and it gets even weaker when it's a 1-color. In fact, seeing the 1-color design alone, a lot of people saw either just geometric shapes, and quite a few folks actually saw the shape of a rifle. No one really saw a pier anymore.
Yeah.
It is appropriate now, I'll tell you that. It got 5 gold stars for appropriateness. The concept of this logo makes sense for our city. But the colors are not reflective of the city. This primary color palette is actually associated with education and children. And red and yellow together are actually known as the hungry colors. And they're often accented with blue. So there's nothing active or health conscious about that color palette, right? It's weak when working as a system. Here you have it in a circle application. Sorry, do you?
No, I mean, we got that right. We decided to go with the logo change for sure, right? Okay.
Sorry, this part, believe me, this all makes sense here. You'll see we're actually missing that horizontal variation of the logo in our logo system. And this logo is actually uncentered. So if you centered it here, this is me centering it optically. But if you computer centered it, you can see it's off center. And that leaves it open to misuse, meaning if someone from the Parks Department goes to order something and they use a computer to center it, it's off. I did an audit of logos around town. I found 7 different marks and 4 different word mark variations floating around.
Wow.
So I said, now that we know, let's put together a checklist of everything we need to do. And we did an audit of other cities that have gone through the rebrand process. And I really apologize for your eyes. We looked at our other local beach cities up and down the coastline. We did a mood board for the project, 2 proposed brand directions, as well as logo styling references. And everyone on the committee gravitated towards this light beachy look. So I said, now we can start to design. And I start all my designs with hand sketches. And then I go to the computer and I make a mess. And from that mess, I put together all the marks that I thought had potential on the left, and you can see on the right are all the marks where the committee liked, and we pulled out our fan favorites. And if you notice here, they all have sails in them. But I want to do a quick debunking here. So this was Oslo. I thought they did a beautiful job of taking their formal city seal and modernizing it. I thought, I'm going to do that for Redondo. I love that original city seal we have. So I tried it, and honestly, it didn't work. And the logo committee all agreed that the train, while it's a cool part of our history, doesn't connect to today.
Yeah.
And so some folks even said, what about using these cool shapes that we just saw on the tourism logo that are on the pier? Right. The problem with those is that they were added in 1995, and they could be gone by 2055. They could be gone in the next 5 years. And then we're going to end up right back here with people saying, I don't get it, right? So then there's Hermosa Beach with this really cool HB. And our friends down in Huntington have a similar HB. These work because you're putting the flat post up against a flat post. But when you put the bull of an R up against the flat post of a B, it doesn't read the same. But we tried it anyways, and we went back to that discovery and realized that we wanted to stand out amongst other local beach cities. So who else has a harbor? Obviously, we all know this harbor full of cranes and tanker ships, and Marina del Rey is full of yachts, but we have this quaint harbor. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, this is the quintessential Redondo Beach day. Yeah. You're at the beach, sailboats, waves rolling in. So I felt really, and then also on top of that, doing the audit of the city, like lots of sails around. So I felt really good that all of the 4 marks we were going with had a sail in them. And so then we moved on to pairing it with the word mark portion of the logo. And we pulled out 4 that worked well. And we started testing it in applications, meaning how does it work on a t-shirt, a keychain, a hat, all sorts of good stuff. And I felt good for this lighter beachy look. But then I was like, we still need to address things like public parking signs, city street signs, police officers' patches, right? So I started to feel good once I saw that these marks could work in those 2 applications. And we pulled out 6 different fonts and type layouts here. And from that, we narrowed it to 3. So here you have 3 marks, 3 typefaces, and 3 type layouts. We put all of these to a communal vote, and what was cool was each of the winners won by 43% or more. So here you have the mark and the word mark. And I said, I'm feeling good about this. I like this. I think this has legs. But I wanted to perfect it. So I went through and did some different variations of the curvature of the sail, the depth of the lines coming in, And along with the logo committee, I reached out to the design community for input and asked some very talented designers I know, and unanimously 4 was the fan favorite. Now, same thing with this word mark portion. This is not a font, this is a custom word mark, and I'm not a typographist, so I sent it out to someone who specializes in typography to help me perfect that. So here you have our mark and our word mark, and I started playing with it, meaning we're gonna lay it over photos, dropped in some color. Now, keep in mind, this is just a proposed color. That's a very quick change. We tested it as a logo system. You can see that here, we have all those shapes and then some. I'm looking for improvement when I do exercises like this. So I looked at the one color to see if there was improvement there. Tested it on a hat, city street signs, police officers' patches. And here's where I kind of started to really get excited about this. This is something that could be used to differentiate the different departments. As you can see here, it's the same logo, just a quick color change and a descriptor change. And this would come in handy in, say, the website. This is a mock-up of what the website could be. It's a very large website. But here you have police and fire. Currently, they're all housed under the same thing, but if the logo was to shift, it would help the viewer navigate through the site. Now, that light beachy look, right? I actually did an alternate version of the logo that has a hand-drawn look to it. So here you can see that in color, playing with some different fun colorways. This was a play on the city seal with that roping around the logo. Colorways. And now that brings us to expansion, where it's kind of where I'm going to say we've slowed the bus down a little bit. During the expansion phase is where we'll get final approval on the logo, and then we can finalize type and color and all that good stuff, as you can see here. This is a secondary proposed look for that light beachy look. We'd finalize things like business cards, city swag, all that good stuff. Now, phase 4 is where I'll actually ask my committee to get out of the bus and thank them for their time and going on this journey with me. And that's where I'll document all of the findings and put together a brand guide, which will ensure the use of the future logo. So why does the consistency in the brand or the city's brand matter? So here's McDonald's. We all know you can stop and get an Egg McMuffin, right? But if McDonald's looked like this, you might not think you could still go get that same Egg McMuffin, right? Consistency builds trust. So here's another scenario. It's late night, you're unfamiliar with Redondo, heaven forbid you're getting pulled over, and maybe I've seen too much Dateline and Law and Order. But I will tell you, I would feel a lot better seeing the connection between a city street sign and a police officer's patch. That's going to help build that connection and create trust and say, hey, this is a Redondo Beach police officer. Currently, we have this going on. There's lots of different marks going across these. Imagine if they all looked the same. You're just instilling that trust in your patrons. Another example, here's the Parks Department. Let's take Skate Dogs Camp. I've dropped in the new proposed logo. Now, if I'm going to drop my son off at Skate Dogs Camp, I would feel really good if the camp counselor had a shirt that had that same logo on it, and I'd like to look for an Easy Up that has the same logo again. So it's telling me this is put on by the city of Redondo. Rolling out a new logo is expensive. There's signage, uniforms, print, website, but it's necessary. And it happens over time. This is not like everyone goes to sleep and wakes up and it's like, ta-da, here's the new logo. But trust is a must when it comes to a city and its departments. So what's so great about this new logo, right? Timelessness. That simple shape of the sail lends itself to the history of Redondo, present day and the future. And a silhouette of the sail is not going to go out of date, even if we don't know what sailboats look like in the future. Here's Apple, for example. They got it wrong in 1976, but that logo they've had since 1977 is still their logo today. So if we go back to 1892 and the city seals our logo and our beaches look like this, and you're chatting with your friend and you're like, our seal's so cool, but how's it going to work on a website, right? They might have accused you of being a witch. Or if we go back even not that far to 1960 and phones look like this and you're talking with your friend and you're like, that city seal isn't going to work very great on a mobile app, right? Like this, people weren't even thinking of stuff like that. So to put ourselves in the shoes of looking towards the future, there's VR. And I can tell you there's pretty good odds of whatever logo we go with is going to have to work in 3D one day. A simple shape allows us to do that. Speaking of timelessness, Bell phone systems Pay attention to the logo they had in 1969. If I put that on the same page as our proposed logo mark here today, you can see they sit on the same playing field. These are timeless logo marks. Which leads me to simplicity. Shell has had to simplify over the years. Simple shapes work. You see here, Red Cross, they got it right. 1881, their logo is still their logo today. And can a 5-year-old draw the Red Cross logo? Yes. So here's a quick eye test for you guys. Just if you could just let your eyes get a little lazy, which I'm sure they are staring up at that so close, but see which mark stands out better when your eyes are kind of, in that fuzzy state. And again, addressing this issue, why is everyone using different things? Because this isn't working, right? The one color. Here's the proposed change. Simple is versatile and adaptable. So a simple shape, you can drop pictures, textures. These are really great to use they could be used as a design element as well through the marketing of the city. Now I know it might be so simple, you're probably like, gosh, it kind of looks like it could be clip art, right? Here's clip art, so I'm gonna beg to differ. But for this case, I'm gonna say it doesn't matter. If a simple shape like this works in the applications where it could be police, fire, city swag, you're kind of checking all the boxes. If it works on a trash can, it's working as a logo. Now, scalability, it looks good big, it looks good small. I actually snapped this photo when I was leaving here last week of the city seal on a worker's truck. That seal is very hard to see. And in a traffic environment is somewhere where you want visibility. So I just dropped in the proposed new logo just to compare. It doesn't rely on color. So here's that Parks catalog again. They're using the color logo. So you have blue on top of a blue sky. Anyone with any degree of color blindness is unable to see that. The new proposed logo working in a one color is visible in white and black. Now appropriateness, remember we've got 5 gold stars there. So the sail's true to Redondo Beach. It fits the vibe of the city and it pays homage to the history while feeling relevant in 2023 and beyond. Here's my little snapshot of our simplicity. Now, again, with the appropriateness front, I want to talk about how we've got the light and beachy, and we also have the professional environment. So we've got something that can work on a tote bag, and it can also work on a firefighter's patch. And it works as a system. I tested it. I went around town and shot some applications and photoshopped in the new proposed logo to make sure it would work. Now I want to touch base on the slogan, that more to see. So again, going back to our person, the slogan's actually going to fall under brand identity, meaning it's changeable. Most folks don't know their city slogan. It sprinkles on top of the icing, basically. And here you have Nike and Apple, think different and just do it. But their slogans are not in their logo marks, right? So again, just recapping the brand, the values, beliefs, mission, that's our brand strategy. Our logo should be timeless. It shouldn't change, but get a little facelift from time to time. The brand identity, meaning those beachy vibes, the font, the color, the slogan, those things can change and evolve. If you think of the same way, we don't dress the same as we did 20 years ago, right? So I do want to address what I'm calling the elephant in the room, which is Survey 4. Survey 4 was open to multiple voting and the data got really skewed, but I didn't want to ignore people's opinions or concerns. So I have a second set of slides. If the council cares to see, I can address some of those. But did we accomplish what we set out to do? Here we have modernize the city, stand out amongst other local beach cities, show willingness to change, that we're a prideful city. And going back to the survey, simple and memorable, active health conscious brands, beach lifestyle. And this I thought was so cool. I don't think this has ever happened in my 10 years of doing this, but out of this word list here, we managed to get 5 of those in this simple shape. So we've got timeless, visible, scalable, simple, memorable, appropriate, works as a system, works in one color, modernizes the city, it's beachy yet distinguished, and it stands out amongst other local beach cities. So the good logo will increase use, consistency, visibility, and trust, and promote pride amongst our city. Now, I want to be totally transparent. This was a dream project for me. I was born in Redondo and raised in the South Bay, and couple that with my enthusiastic love of logos. I take a lot of pride in my work, pride in my hometown. But that being said, going back to my ethos of creativity rooted in practicality, this was not a does Jordan Small like it project. This was a community involved and will this work for the city project. Questions?
I love the cadence of your presentation. I'm sorry,
Don't be
such a
sorry.
late night.
No, that was a very good
so
presentation.
long. Love it.
So much so that I'll let Councilman Nierenheim speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Which you're the only one who requested.
I'm the only one following the rules.
Right.
So yeah, great work, a lot of work, a lot of effort, I can tell. Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I like the way you did, right? And it just kind of up there, right?
I'm hoping I kept your interest.
No, it was. I like that. A lot of people just use like 3 or 4 slides or 5 slides and then you sit there and get drawn out. This is like kept you interested, right? So I'll say a couple things. I like the logo in concept. It doesn't tie things together though. And the biggest thing, okay, from your presentation right now that I'm seeing is you're confusing different uses and different problems. So for instance, the city seal is not a city logo, 2 totally different things. Seal wasn't intended to be used everywhere. And the logo was intended to be used everywhere. And you identified one of the problems correctly. We're using not the seal, not the logo, but random designs in different places for different things everywhere. And there's no consistency. You're absolutely right with that. But the seal and logos are 2 totally different things. Like,
Can I ask then what, say that worker's truck.
yeah,
Why
that should not be the city seal.
Okay.
City seal should be used on identifying purposes such as official paperwork, stamping for signatures, things of that nature.
And please don't think I'm saying, let's get rid of the city seal.
No, by no means, by no means. I
My
think
audit
you're
of other cities I've seen.
100%, I think you're
Yes.
correct in identifying a problem that is inconsistent all across the board.
Yes.
And I have the same thing as, I see it everywhere and I'm like, That's why we're here. So can you share my screen here real quick? Going to the logo, logos change over time, and I 100% hear.
Which one is it?
Oh yeah, 1A. I hear exactly what you're saying regarding logos and how they change. They get simplified over time, and there's a reason why they start off with a little bit more of a complexity.
Are you connected?
It is 1A, yeah, I haven't plugged it in yet.
Oh, okay.
That's why. Taking my time. Taking my time. There we go.
Is that the logo? New logo?
It's not the logo. So, I gotta go. Stupid. All right, so that's your original logo, right? So, of course, that one does everything that's different. Okay. Logos change over time, and there's a reason for Apple's logo today is different than it was 5 years ago, which is it gets more simplified with its change, and then it gets moved around for many various different reasons. I really appreciate and I really love how you brought the beachy and the waves in there. But the one thing that I got from when I was talking to everyone about it, whether my community meetings, in person, online, or everywhere else, is it's all straight lines and nothing's being brought together as a homogeneous kind of bringing it together. So like it's straight, and if you're the beach, the ocean, the waves, it's sailboats, everything has some curve, right? Even the circle itself, but the waves and the blue should be curved, and there's nothing bringing it together. And something like that kind of brings it somewhat together. I'm not saying that in that way. What I'm saying with that is so you did the same thing with your circle all the way around, right? On some of them. It doesn't, the problem I have that people have brought to my attention with on this is it's so plain, that they're not identifying with what they're trying to being brought into the logo itself. Like beach and waves, wind, curvature, right? And this is just a straight arrow straight across, and the colors. That's what I've heard from people. And I really like the way you've gone through and put it on in different places the way it works, because you identified another problem, which is the signs. We have printing a bunch of new signs right now. And that design was done many years ago. Pause right there for a moment. Way before I was even on the council. So what I've heard from people is it's not bringing the character of what we have here really put together. Like whether it's the color scheme, whether it's a lack of ability for the whole design to be kind of
Like encompassed in something?
encompassed. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Encompassed, right? And that's just what I've heard from people on the logo. They love the refresh. They love the old logo. That's not even the logo. I'm not even sure what you would call that. The more to see, by the way, that quote was the trademark that the Chamber of Commerce did. So a whole history with that too. And there's a whole little on the flag with the old lobsters and stuff like that.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Oh boy, right? So I think that I saw your presentation is excellent. I see where you're going with it. I'd be very cautious with trying to implement this across the board right now. I think we would need some more work to really make that happen, because I 100% agree with you on this needs to be everywhere, on the patches, on the trucks, on the signs, everywhere. But I'd be very cautious on using this particular logo right now.
So my thing that and I've addressed this throughout my career though, is people often do confuse. That's why I added those slides about what is the brand and what is the logo. And people often look for something in a logo that's not meant to be there. They're looking for a story. They're looking for it to give them some emotion and something. And I would just challenge those people to go back to saying, like, look at somebody's face. Just do this and look at their face. And will you learn anything about that person from looking at that? No. And you're not supposed to learn the whole story of Redondo through looking at the logo.
So to that point, the reason why logos go from very complex to very simple is as they age, the company as it sticks around and stays around gets simplified, because Apple is a perfect example, right? They started off complex with all the different natures, and as time has gone on, they've simplified, right? I like where you're going with the simplification. I think it just loses a little bit of character, of identification, of the ability for people to look at that and say, that's supposed to be waves or ocean, or it just kind of straight lines right now. And they're like, okay, what is that supposed to be? A couple people said to me, are waves straight or are they curvy? Is that supposed to be the ocean, or is that supposed to be what? And I'm like,
Depends if there's wind.
Depends if there's wind.
Like when you see waves rolling in, it starts as a line. We can add. I have some comps that we did try waves. They were in there. They were in the big snapshot thing with curvature waves, and the logo committee didn't gravitate towards any of those, so we didn't move forward with it. I could easily add some curved shapes in there. I would worry that it would lose some of the recognition as far as that scale goes, because how it's big and then when it's really small, detail gets lost. So that's my one hesitation with that, but I'm not opposed to playing with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Detail is not good on things like this, 100%. But again, my overarching points is what the public has been saying. And number two is hearing that and taking exactly what you're saying, identifying the problem, which is it's everywhere, inconsistent, and using this now consistently everywhere. It's like, okay, let's see if we can figure out where the conversation is happening. That's what would be my input on this.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So I got to give you props for one of the most compelling presentations I've ever seen here at council in my 2+ years here. Because I did come into this thinking, no effing way are we going to this logo. And now I see you taught me a lot about what a logo should be like, what it should be like, what a brand should be like, what the symbol should be, and so on and so forth. So I thank you for that. I will say, on Councilmember Narenheim's point, I envisioned something capturing Redondo Beach as capturing, the Esplanade, one of the greatest spots in maybe in the world, right? That view of Palos Verdes and our beach from the elevated standpoint, and the sailboats and combining all that. But I realize also how that's way too complicated, too much going on for, shell picture, apple picture, and some of these iconic logos. So I see how the different city departments could easily adopt this logo and brand themselves to it. So I do think it's an educational process that we need to engage with the community as to this logo, including, I think what I'll do tomorrow morning is, find this YouTube video, snip it at the minute and second mark, and start your presentation and share that, and then send that in an email blast to start educating folks if the council moves forward with this logo. But I do think, I agree with you that it's timeless. It seemed very versatile too, that it could be slightly modified for one use or another. I could see the corded circle around it being good for apparel. But at first, my reaction was not a good one to it. So I do appreciate the committee's work on it. I think you guys did a great job. And I'll say that I wasn't going to show it because it would be like campaigning from the days, but my campaign, yard sign has waves in it. And it's kitschy. It's like, what's that?
Whimsical.
Yeah, it's not like, it's not, this is going to stay fresh would stay fresh for a while. And yeah, so.
And if we can just, from the committee, I think what your point is so well taken and so well observed, because that's what I saw people commenting on the logo on Facebook when the first, and Insta when the first survey went out, and there was a complete lack of information. And I understand it's an impossible job to get information out to everybody, but there was a lack of information that there was even a committee that was involved, that we represented all 5 districts, that that there were residents that were involved in this. And so once it was just people I knew casually. So I would say, hey, just so you know, there was a committee, we were involved in it. It's good feedback. And they're like, oh my God, I had no idea. So I think that if we could pass that information out to the community, I certainly didn't understand all of this until I got involved in it. And I probably would have had a similar reaction to you to say like, oh, I don't like that. But then once you actually get the information, it makes a ton of sense. So I think community outreach is important because people understand it better.
I agree. Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It was awesome. I think it looks great in all the different spaces that you've put it in. I actually like the simplicity. Was there any discussion about, I've heard this from the public, about it looking like a shark?
I thought about it too.
We had it.
We tried it curved and it looked more shark finny that way.
Yep.
But no, I mean, for the most part, we adjusted it and the consensus was that it wasn't like
A computer? Oh.
I'm looking at the current logo right now. It was just kind of like, that doesn't really read a sail either.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I actually think it's great in the simplicity that it is. I don't love the color scheme that was initially proposed, but like the palette, beachy, soft colors. Yeah, I like it.
And to speak to the color, I usually, when I design logos, I try not to even show clients color variations because people will get hung up on a color and they will not like something because they do not like that color yellow or that color green. But I challenge everyone to look at the design in black and white and that simple shape and compare it there. And you want to make sure you love it working black and white in its simplest form before you add color. And it's such a quick fix, but I will say with yellow, the one thing to be cautious of is accessibility for people with any degree of color blindness. Yellow and white's a very hard color, so if you notice, I went with like a more mustardy color because it's gonna rank higher in that contrast ratio. So, great.
I'm gonna comment on this. I think you did a great job in your presentation. I also think that in terms of logos, sometimes the logo will tell you what a company does, and a lot of times it will not tell you what a company does. And I think that was really interesting when you brought that up. But I think about the most recognizable brands in the world. Apple, Nike, that logo does not tell you what they do.
No.
Right? Google doesn't tell you what they do, right? The G. McDonald's doesn't tell you what they do, but it's recognizable. I'm looking through this. Starbucks doesn't really tell you what they do. Louis Vuitton, Adidas, Coca-Cola doesn't. Could you light up
1A.
1A?
Does Target tell you what to do?
It tells you it's a Target.
No, there's like 3 circles.
Okay, so.
I get a dragon.
But then I look at a couple other examples. One is Amazon. Okay. Anybody notice what's interesting about Amazon, the logo in the top left?
It's happy.
What is the Amazon logo, the top left? Anybody notice it's A to Z?
A to Z, oh yeah.
Right. It tells you they have everything from A to Z. And a lot of people think it's a smile. Doesn't really tell you what they do, but it kind of does in a way. Then if you look at, where do I get the other one that was up here? Was it under?
You have to, here.
Okay, under Akamai logo. Okay, that one. Okay, this is my company. Does anybody know what my company does?
They sell surfboards. I know what they do.
Doesn't
They sell
tell you
contact
anything.
lenses.
Okay, the reason why there's a wave on there is Akamai means clever in Hawaiian. It's an internet infrastructure software company. Doesn't tell you anything about it, but it's an identifiable logo. And it maybe tells you, gives you a little bit of the beachy feel, but again, doesn't tell you what they do. I'm not sure you necessarily have to know everything about Redondo Beach by looking at the logo.
No, that was actually one of the slides that I prepared in rebuttal of, I did go down a bit of a rabbit hole reading people's comments, and I was like, oh my God, what about this, what about that? And there are people that are looking to put everything, they want to put your core values, they want to, they say the logo should show diversity and hope and dynamicism and all these like big words that you can't fit those into a logo, and it's not supposed to. So I think people just have a different understanding of what it's supposed to do and be.
And if we're expecting people to say, this is great, it's not going to happen at the beginning. It doesn't happen at the beginning. But familiarity does not breed contempt. It brings generally warmth if you associate it with the city. And I think what might be helpful is if we decide to go this route, that you maybe have a presentation, at least at my community meeting.
I would love to. I love talking about logos.
Every community meeting. And because, I don't know how many people are watching 11:21 at night.
No.
They may be watching later, but I think when you start to reach out to people and, that might actually bring a lot of, positive, and maybe some people go, ooh, I was like you, I was like, ooh, there's no way I'm not so sure. But now that I look at it again, I'm thinking the way you presented it, I'm like,
I'm going to challenge you guys too. I bet you anything. Sleep on it, and tomorrow you'll probably wake up feeling more excited about it and being, because that's exactly what happened to me through the process. And I think our whole committee as well. Yeah, Jeff could speak to that as well.
Would you mind?
Yeah.
And I will tell you, you will now never look at the Amazon logo the same way after I explain it to you.
To that
It's
point.
the same thing, right?
To that point, real quick, I'm going to show you something. If those that don't know,
arrow?
you're never going to unsee what you're going to say, right? The arrow, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
The Easter
I've seen
egg,
that.
right?
I had my marketing class.
But let me tell you, if you were impressed by Jordis's presentation today.
State your name, by the way.
I'm sorry, Jeff Mailman, District.
Are you done?
Yes.
If you were impressed by Jordis's presentation tonight, that was absolutely nothing compared to the way she herded the cats in this committee. We had 5 people with at least 10 different opinions on every single issue. We started out saying it has to have a dolphin in it. It's got to be something that's unique and not just a generic beach image. And she took us through everything you saw tonight and more. And I've got nothing but great things to say about Jordis and the process. It was really outstanding. And so I hope that you recognize that what you see before you is not something that was sort of back of the envelope, let's quickly put something together, but there was a lot of different images and different considerations that went into getting to this point. So
Did you all end up coming up with a consensus?
You know, I'm not sure. It's interesting because I'm not sure that if you asked every member of the committee to say, rank sort of the final versions, 1 to 10, if this would have been everybody's first choice or maybe nobody's first choice. But it encapsulated so many pieces of what we thought was important throughout the process that I think the final version is a great conglomeration of everybody's opinion and all of the things that this logo system had to be able to do, right? Once it's done, I think a lot of us maybe came into this not thinking about all the different ways that a logo is applied. And it's everything from your lapel pin to the big sign out front. And you have to find something that works in all those applications because you certainly don't want to be tweaking it and changing it. That's what got us to where we are today, to say, well, that thing doesn't work. It's too small to work on a business card. And when we blow that up, it doesn't look right on the sign. So we'll just tweak it and change it. Like, you've got to have something that works across every possible use.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I've got nothing but great things to say about Jordan.
Just procedurally, maybe what we do is sort of let it marinate a little bit. We can try to get you some of the imagery, and we don't want to volunteer all of her time, but if there's opportunity for district meetings to get the word out, see how people react after they're better educated, we can bring it back and talk about it again. Maybe we can play with some of the courting theme that was addressed. Maybe we could show a little bit of texture to kind of cross compare, not to necessarily recommend that, but to show the distinction. And keep working it and see if the community starts to better understand the intention here.
I think one of our members wants to join on Zoom.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yeah, is it Christine?
Alethea.
Is it Alethea? Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say this was my first choice logo from the very beginning. and I love it. And Neil's asked me to be a part of this committee because of my design sense and my marketability and my commercial work and my expertise in this field. I own Casa Playa, but I also make films and I'm a designer. So I would just like to say I love this design, and I think the way that it was created and the process was extraordinary, and I learned so much. And I think sharing that knowledge with the community would be amazing. And I also agree that once it is everywhere, then you do love it. Like the Hermosa Beach one is a sun. Like, great, everyone has the sun in the entire world, but Hermosa Beach like cornered it and it's just a sun. Like, so, and this is the ocean and the sail, and we all think of Redondo with a sailboat. Like, and the wavy ocean, we played with that so many different times. And I wonder if like you showed someone like the straight line one over the curvy line, they would all pick the straight one. Hands down. We picked the straight lines over and over and over again because it wasn't that it wasn't explored. It was explored. So I think the education is where it's at. And I love the openness of the water continuing, that we're not a closed system, we're open. That's all I have to say.
If you could just say your name for the record.
Aletha, real quick, when we first talked, what did you want to have in the logo?
Dolphins. Oh, a dolphin?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It was a horrible idea just because I wanted it. It was a horrible idea. I love dolphins.
It was a horrible idea.
We all remember it because she came in with such enthusiasm into that first meeting. She like popped in just a few minutes late and she's like, dolphins.
We tried dolphins. We tried it.
We did. It didn't work. We tried so many things, and I think that's like an important part to like share, I guess. I don't know.
I saw crabs on the list.
Yeah. I do think that in one of my additional slides too, I did want to highlight that, of course, everyone's always going to have an opinion on this and on a logo. I've gone through this with so many clients where it's like, if you show too many people, you just lose yourself in the process and you'll never be happy. And you'll be like, oh, but my grandma thinks, oh, but my husband thinks, and it just keeps going. There comes a point where you have to take a step back and be like, this works or this doesn't work, and just decide from that standpoint.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For our city manager, Mike Wazanski, have you been able to put together any estimate as to what the cost would be to replace our logo with a new logo across the board, all the patches, all of the letterhead, all of the vehicles, or any portion of that, from the comprehensive all down to any components?
It's
dollar cost.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, all told, across the city, thousands of signs, street signs, updating our entry markers, new uniforms, new patches. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. I don't think we're well into the six figures. We're not into the seven figures. But we would do it over time. And we would work it in with our updates as we proceed with normal replacements. So if we wanted to roll it out immediately, it would cost us that amount of money. But if we roll it out as these different maintenance items come due, as we replace vehicles, when we replace a vehicle, we have to put a new logo on it. So that cost is no different. As we replace street signs, which we're doing now with the 2004 version of the logo, it doesn't cost us any additional money. If we go out tomorrow and say, police department, we want all your patches replaced in this style immediately, it's going to cost us a few bucks. But if we're patient and we have a clear target in mind, it isn't a major cost implicator.
The school district went through a logo change a couple years ago as well, too. And they had to replace it on trucks, letterhead, a lot of stuff as well.
Yeah.
They have more employees too, so I don't know how many of them had logos on there.
We'll be okay. The logos are actually, I mean, we do a lot of logo replacement in PD. We've got patches galore. That isn't an expense that I see really struggling with. Rebranding our vehicles.
Easy enough.
Fairly easy process. Stationery, we don't print a lot of stationery anymore. Business cards come and go. A lot of it's electronic now with signatures. So I'm not overly concerned about the cost. As I've told all of you, at the end of the day, we want this to be a positive exercise. We want people to walk away from this, understand it, and say, yeah, man, let's go with it. That's way better than the 50 different versions we have rolling around the community today. And it is something that will have a timelessness to it and something we can implement over time. And, that's the goal here. So, and again, we don't have to make that decision tonight. We can let it germinate. We can talk to our constituents. If we've got willingness, we can further educate the community. It seems like we do. And we can regroup and see if there's a stronger consensus. We're never going to get 100% support. We know that. That ain't happening. But, we might get to 60-40, maybe 65-35. I don't know.
Right. During that interim process, could you or your staff try to provide a little more detail on what those costs may be by?
Sure. We certainly can. We certainly can. I can give you the range of an outright blitz, full conversion immediately versus kind of the slow roll over time.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great to have. Thank you.
We have one more of our committee members on Zoom.
Christine, please go ahead.
Hi. My name's Christine O'Fallon. I live in District 4 and was asked by Councilman Obaji to join this committee. I am probably asking questions out of ignorance. This is my first time being part of a city anything, so thank you for having me. So apologies if these questions come out of ignorance and sound dumb. But I'm hearing a lot of hesitation in terms of it sounds like there's almost unanimous agreement that this logo and the story that Jordis told was great and positive. But we are still saying that we're going to noodle on it. You guys have asked us and to us citizens to give time and effort to give our opinions and go through this design process, which has been very enjoyable. But we are hearing people that were not part of this design process that want something to encompass this thing, want some wavy, rounded curvature waves. And that in and of itself sounds like is what's holding us up from making this decision. And I'm just curious why.
Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Alfalon, it's that we have to be accountable to the public, and if we get way too ahead of the residents who are already married to a logo, the existing logo, then we'll be in trouble. And so that's all. We're just kind of figuring out how do we roll this out at the appropriate pace? How do we make sure that, you know, we're totally comfortable with it and so on and so forth. But we appreciate all your investment of time, energy, and heart into this redesign. So personally, I'd just like to see some color variations, slight color variations on what we've got. I didn't love the burnt, but I get what you're saying, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness in every aspect of this that you put in, Jordis. So, but otherwise, I'd like to move forward with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So,
make a motion to do that.
Well, I think we need to talk
and
engage
the community at that.
Yeah, we should engage the community first, right? Through our district.
Sure,
community
before it
meetings
comes back
and-
with more colors, engage.
Yeah, why don't we get you some additional content that you can share with your constituents as we begin to educate? And I don't mean multiple versions of this. I mean additional
What
color.
I'd say potentially could be good, Jordis, if you do this, there's a program called Loom.
Oh, I can do this on Loom.
So
I think
do
I have
on
it
Loom,
already.
Dictate a thing, do this presentation, share that with us, put it on the Redondo channel. We'll explain it. We'll push it out to
'Cause
everybody.
This is my one concern is having, and I appreciate Christine bringing this to the front, but it's like, if you guys feel like there was a lack of community engagement, there wasn't at any point. And we actually, when we recast Survey 4, got favorable marks in everyone adapting the new logo. So I think you're never going to get 100%. And I do see the value in education. What I do want some clarity on is if we're going back to the drawing board, I think that's where people on the committee are feeling kind of like, we did that, we exhausted that, we talked to people about that. It wasn't, no one had tunnel vision on this and said like you saw my design where I was like, oh, that city seal, I'm going to revamp that. And that didn't work. But I would like some clarity as to if we are going back to exploration, what are people looking to see?
I would like to do more education, and I would recommend keeping, your presentation was phenomenal. I would just keep it to 6 or 7 minutes at tops.
Okay.
That's because people's attention span, you'll lose it.
Yeah. And I understand this was, I mean, I honestly, I watched some council meetings and I wanted to get ahead of some questions. So.
Because, we always keep things really brief here. That's why I said that.
Those ADUs, I was like,
No, but I think what's good about it is we can share it with people.
Okay.
And you can also play it before the council and before the community meetings that you're at. I would love people to watch it first and then start asking you questions later. Because this explains a lot.
And maybe at the end have several color variations. Just so people know.
I think it's important to state that I think this next phase isn't engaging the community to determine additional iterations or to redesign. I think it's to educate the community, engage reaction.
Right.
And then we make a determination on the final logo. And the hope being that as people better understand the genesis, that there's broad support, and then we have receptivity, and this is well received across the board. That's the goal, I think. At least that's what I would like to see happen.
Yeah.
And I think getting
that
people to
clarification was really helpful.
and I think getting people to think like you did about other logos that are out there is really helpful. Because everybody goes through life seeing these every day and they go, oh yeah, it's Apple, it's Nike, right? But they don't really think about the simplicity of it or the message it's conveying or other, and you did a great job of doing that. And I think that's what really helps in a video, is to do that.
I think what I'll do is I'll break the presentation up into maybe 2 or 3 smaller chunked videos. And that way, I don't know honestly how to cut 20 minutes into what would be.
People will watch as much as
I don't know, 20 minutes, but
I'll do a full length version and a short
It changed
version.
a lot, right?
Listen, I think you should do both. You should do a 20-minute one and maybe like a shorter version, because like I
TikTok
said to you
version.
from the very beginning, the fast, right?
Yeah.
That keeps you
Keeps your
motivated.
attention, yeah.
Yeah.
District 1 residents will watch a half-hour video.
Oh, absolutely they will. Are you kidding me?
I struggled
Listen
with
to
like
me.
what to cut out. Like, is it the process or is it like showing it in those use applications? Because Christine was a great example of someone who at first she was not a fan of the boat concept at all. She didn't really like it, wasn't that keen on it. But towards the end of this process, she was like, I'm on board. I get it. I love it. I saw the presentation. It makes sense for the city.
I would just keep the, the background of who was on the committee. My personal opinion is you can keep that down as much as we love the fact that they participated. What people want to see is how you got to where you got and the reason.
But I want people to know that it's not me.
Yeah, they gotta see the representatives of all 5 districts handpicked by the.
Well, you could do that really quickly. I'm just saying, if you're going to cut it down,
Okay.
that's the only thing I would say. And no offense to any of those folks, we love the fact that you serve. So.
Again, I'm just the bus driver here.
Right.
And by the way, it should be stated, we appreciate your flexibility here. I know this little extra effort isn't necessarily in the contract, so we recognize that.
There's an hourly fee in the contract, right?
Well,
A little bit of.
we'll see how far we
Just
can.
burn through it
We'll see how.
tonight.
I'm like, the amount of time I practiced this unbilled.
Yes, we appreciate the
Thank you.
spirit of volunteerism here.
Any last questions, comments, concerns? Can we
Scott,
get like a soft
you're done?
polling of will my dreams come true?
The motion is to engage the community in an educational campaign so we can get to a final, this is the design, I think that's the design.
Yep.
We're accepting that design, but just honing down the details on color and the like.
Color, and then we'll, after the engagement, we'll come back with thumbs up, thumbs down.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll
slight
have
iteration.
a final,
exactly.
final vote on it, sure. Yeah.
Okay. What about the second on that motion?
I will second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, you know what? I didn't get community.
Oh, that's so you can take it now.
Anyone?
Speak now or
So
forever.
there
We're not
is,
listening to the community.
there's no one on Zoom, and there was one comment, and it was neutral.
Okay.
Neutral.
Super helpful.
Wonderful.
Flat, no waving. Not tipsy.
You said neutral.
It was
Not
very
tipsy.
very
Not
texture
leading.
neutral, very
Just
texture
straight.
neutral.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Jordis.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting. Okay, on to city manager items.
Spirit of the evening, just a quick reminder to the community, and Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned it, we do have the ribbon cutting event at the skate park on Saturday. I think skating begins with the Redondo Beach Police Department, some of our sponsor partners at 11. We'll do the ribbon cutting and ceremonial elements at 12, and they'll be skating afterwards too. So come on down. Hopefully y'all can make it. And we are dark for a couple of weeks. We don't have another council meeting until 11/7. So we have the Halloween event down in the village on the 31st, which is a Tuesday night. We are dark next Tuesday. So
We're not going to have a meeting on Halloween.
we are not having a meeting on Halloween unless there's an emergency, which I certainly hope we don't have.
Yes,
So,
we hope not. Okay, thank you. On to mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have none, thank you.
Or Barenheim,
Fahrenheit.
right?
Skills Barenheim.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'd like a referral for a discussion at some point on task force for e-bikes. And that's the discussion.
Public Safety Commission that met last night, they're
They
doing
actually
that.
had a public safety.
They're
public-
they're requesting that, gonna have that.
Okay, well, if we can also add to that lobbying to pass AB 530, approving lobbying to pass.
What is that?
It's a state legislation pending to require people to be 12 years old or older to operate an e-bike and get some licensure.
5:30, you said?
Yeah, AB 530.
We can bring back a letter on that for consideration.
Thanks. Okay. Appreciate that. And I'm trying to get it going at the COG too.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Nothing.
Okay, and nothing for me, so can I get a motion to adjourn until November 7th?
Recess for playtime? I'll second.
Okay,
Second that.
anybody opposed?
Second.
Okay,
Third.
okay, we're closed for business.